Chapter 5:25. The 6 leaders had mocking looks on their faces. To them, victory was already in their hands. The man was definitely going to die. As for the woman, when they thought of her beautiful face and graceful figure, the leaders felt a burning sensation in their hearts. They had seen all kinds of beauties in the chaotic land. However, when they saw Wang Xian, they were still shocked by her beauty. Wang Xian's beauty made them infatuated, and lustful thoughts appeared in their minds. Clang! An elixir weapon flashed and instantly appeared in front of Wang Xian, knocking her short sword down. As the short sword fell to the ground, Wang Xian's face turned pale. This was her only way to commit suicide. "Haha, beauty, you won't die." The leaders laughed sinisterly as the evil light in their eyes intensified. "Come over here obediently. We'll take turns to make you feel like you're in heaven." Sinister laughter resounded in the area. It was insolent and arrogant. The two of them flew towards Wang Xian. During this time, the severely injured Wang Qiong was sent flying, while the elixir weapon in Wang Xian's hand was knocked down. She was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. "Scumbags, die!" Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the sky. Monstrous killing intent surged, causing the sky to lose its color. It was like the birth of a ferocious beast. A terrifying aura swept over. Such a powerful aura was comparable to that of a pure-blooded ancient beast's descendant. The expressions of the people in the sky changed instantly. The sinister smiles of the 6 leaders froze in that instant. In this killing intent, Wang Xian felt a familiar aura. She had a complicated expression on her face. She was surprised, happy, confused, and more than that, she was in disbelief. Such a familiar yet strange aura stunned Wang Qiong. He subconsciously looked towards the sky. A beam of golden light appeared in the sky. It was dazzling and was heading towards them at high speed. The monstrous killing intent came from the golden light. The speed of the golden light was very fast. It was comparable to a bolt of golden lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of them. The golden light turned into a human figure. It was a young man dressed in black. His handsome face was covered in frost, and his black eyes emitted a strong murderous intent. "It's you, the barbarian dog." Everyone's expression changed when they saw who it was. Their eyes widened in surprise. When Zichen appeared, his expression was cold and gloomy. The killing intent in his eyes did not dissipate. His cold gaze swept across the crowd, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. "You guys are really a bunch of scum." Zichen spoke with a cold voice. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at the 2 Zukong cultivators who were trying to get close to Wang Xian. His golden finger glowed as he pointed at one of the zephyrs. Bang! A golden finger landed on Yukong's body. As if struck by lightning, Yukong's body trembled before exploding with a loud bang. Fresh blood and minced meat splattered everywhere, but not a single drop landed on Wang Xian. Bang! Then, Zichen pointed his glowing finger at another person. As expected, in the midst of the shock and fear, the body of the Yu Sky warrior exploded. With 2 fingers, he killed 2 geniuses in midair. Such battle prowess was truly shocking. "Damn you, barbarian dog! How dare you meddle in our business?" The rest of the people only reacted after 2 of them died. A furious voice was heard as a leader stood out. He was shocked and furious. "Die, barbarian dog! Meddling in our business. Today will be the day you die." At the same time, waves of murderous intent surged. The other leaders also roared and swiftly attacked. Wang, the alchemy weapon vibrated and shone brightly. A powerful aura surged as it flew towards Zichen. Dozens of Zukong cultivators attacked. They were either geniuses or demons. Their battle prowess was incomparably strong. One by one, the alchemy weapons emitted a horrifying aura as they landed. Among the 8 superforces, The Ning family and the Lu family were no longer around. Therefore, no one knew how powerful Zichen had become. Moreover, they were embarrassed to say that they were beaten up by the barbarians. Therefore, these two forces only said that they were chased by a king-level ancient beast, and their alchemy weapons were destroyed. Because of that, when they saw Zichen, not only were they not afraid, but they even dared to kill him. Zichen did not dodge the attacks. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. The middle finger of his right hand flashed again. Following that, a terrifying aura appeared. After that, Zichen pointed at one of the geniuses in the air. A golden fingerprint appeared. A destructive aura flowed on the surface like thunder snakes. It surrounded the fingerprint and attacked the demon. Such a terrifying fingerprint made the demon's expression change. He shouted loudly. The alchemy weapon around him emitted a dazzling light as it smashed towards the fingerprint. Clang! As the fingerprint landed, sparks flew everywhere. A destructive energy attacked, and the alchemy weapon in the demon's hand was instantly sent flying. At the same time, in the demon's horrified eyes, the golden fingerprint that did not consume much energy tapped on the demon's forehead. Bang! The destructive energy surged into the demon's body. Following that, an explosion sounded, and the freak's body exploded in midair. A demon from a superforce was blown up by Zichen with a single finger. Go to hell! The demon's death made everyone's heart tremble. But at this moment, their attacks were already above Zichen's head. They had no choice but to release the arrow. Hence, they secretly added 30% of their strength and smashed their alchemy weapons down. Boom! There was an explosion between heaven and earth. Torrential energy began to surge. Zichen's body flashed with golden light. He was like a god of war in golden armor. In his hand, he held a blood-red broken spear. On the broken spear, a monstrous, murderous aura surged wildly. The energy from the alchemy weapon was still wreaking havoc. Thunderous sounds could be heard. However, Zichen did not move. He did not even take a step back. The raging energy was easily blocked by the broken spear. Then it was repelled. Many people in the air were sent flying by the rebounding force. Many of them coughed up blood. They were injured. He killed a demon with a single strike. Now he was unscathed under the attacks of so many people. His combat strength was really terrifying. Yutians who had fallen to the ground were shocked and terrified. Not only were the Yutians of the 8 superpowers stunned, but even Wang Xian'er and Wang Qiong were extremely shocked. Obviously, the two of them did not expect Zichen to possess such powerful combat strength after not seeing him for a long time. Barbarian, this is our business. Are you meddling in other people's business? A questioning voice was heard. A demon rose to his feet. His eyes were still filled with unconcealable horror. The 8 superpowers are having a business here. Are you trying to make an enemy out of the 8 superpowers by interfering? Another leader of the Yutians said boldly, Are the 8 superpowers that powerful? How dare you attack my woman? Not to mention the 8 superpowers. Even the 5 overlords will not be able to survive today. Zichen said coldly. The intense killing intent in his words made one's heart tremble. When the remaining 5 demons heard what Wang Xian said, their faces changed. They had offended the other party's woman. In addition to being terrified, they were also lamenting their bad luck. Capture that woman first. Suddenly, one of the demons exclaimed and reacted instantly. As soon as he finished speaking, a genius who was closer to Wang Xian flew to the sky and dashed towards the severely injured Wang Xian. Boom! The heavens and earth suddenly trembled. A pitch-black shadow of a rod appeared in the void, emitting a terrifying aura. Then, the black rod fell vertically towards the head of the Yutians. This was obviously an unexpected attack. The Yutians did not have time to react. The black rod smashed down, causing a huge tremor. The Yutians who were dashing towards Wang Xian exploded. After that, a tall demonic figure appeared in the void. It was like an ancient beast. It held a black rod in its hand. Endless killing intent was apparent in its crimson eyes. The scene of the demonic ape killing an inner core realm cultivator was still vivid in their minds. Now that the demonic ape had appeared, the fear in everyone's eyes intensified. With Zichen in front and the demonic ape behind, everyone was surrounded by the two of them. Their advantage in numbers did not make them feel confident. Instead, they felt even more uncertain and fearful. Their arrogance were long gone. At this moment, there was only fear of death in their eyes. Wang Xian had killed a demon with a single strike and blocked the joint attack of everyone. Such combat strength had shocked everyone. Coupled with the powerful demonic ape, they did not think that they had any hope of surviving. "Run!" someone shouted. The terrified Yutians immediately came to their senses and scattered in all directions to escape. "I said that no one will survive today." Zichen's cold voice sounded again. Golden light flashed under his feet as he moved at extreme speed. Following the flashes of golden light, those who were trying to escape were sent flying back one by one. They fell to the ground with a thud. Compared to Zichen's attacks, the demonic ape was much more ruthless. Every time his black rod fell, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The Yutians either had their legs or arms broken. They were sent flying back by the demonic ape. In midair, the Yutians were sent flying back. Their cries of agony filled the sky. In just a few breaths, everyone was sent flying back. They were all knocked down. They fell to the ground and cried in pain. None of them could escape. Wang Qiong and Wang Xian were still in disbelief when they saw the previously arrogant Yutians fall to the ground and cry in agony. All of this was like a dream. By the time Monk and the spirit-devouring rats arrived, the battle had already ended. The people on the ground were crying in agony. "It's you damned bugs again. Why are you so useless? Can't you hold on a little longer?" Monk was exasperated when he arrived too late and the battle had already ended. The two sword teeth in his hand were still glowing as if they were thirsting for blood. Monk, who was annoyed, swung the sword teeth and knocked down all the Yutians who had just climbed to their feet. Everyone was speechless when they saw such a barbaric monk. Soon, the spirit-devouring rats and Wang Shan flew over. During this period, all the supreme pills had melted. The rich vitality allowed Wang Shan to recover to his peak condition. Looking at the people lying on the ground, Wang Shan's eyes turned red. Flames burned in his eyes. Wang Shan exploded. "You bunch of chaotic dogs. Damn it, I said that I'll make you suffer the most vicious punishment in the world." Wang Shan was enraged. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, he grabbed a freak and slapped him. "Didn't you say that the most vicious punishment in the world is a slap?" Monk was confused. Zichen shook his head. Chapter 5:26. In Wang Shan's world, there was a punishment that was even crueler than death. That was to slap a person until they became a pig's head. Whether it was the disheveled monk or the confused Zichen, they could not imagine that this was the cruelest punishment in the world. The slapping sounds continued. Wang Shan was ruthless and full of strength. The monster began to cough up blood and spit out teeth. This was pure violence. There was no sense of rhythm, nor was there any artistic sense, but it was shocking. Previously, he was injured by Zichen. Now, under Wang Shan's strong suppression, the monster kept coughing up blood. He was in an extremely sorry state and did not have the slightest room to resist. "Damn you, chaotic dog! CKU! How dare you be so arrogant?" Wang Shan's hands did not stop. Light flashed, and another round of crisp slapping sounds rang out. After a dozen slaps, one of the monsters finally spat out all his teeth. His small eyes narrowed into slits, and Wang Shan slapped him until he fainted. Then came the next one. Wang Shan scolded as he hit. Chaotic dog, you didn't expect this, did you? You deserve this. F***CKU. In Yunxia City, I'm the real dandy. Usually, I'm the one who snatches from others. Who the F***CK dares to snatch from me? Those who snatch from me die. The second monster was knocked out. Because of the strength, Wang Shan's hand was slightly swollen, but this did not stop him from punishing others in the cruelest way. F***CKU. How dare you treat my sister like this? Look at you! While Wang Shan was scolding, Zichen's face became more and more gloomy. It was obvious that he heard something. Didn't you want to loosen your bones? I'll pull out your teeth for you. Wang Shan pulled out the fourth monster and pretended to hit him. Since he wants to loosen his bones, then loosen them for him. Zichen's voice was cold. Without anyone noticing, he was already in front of the monster. As he pointed his finger, a golden energy surged into the monster's body. Ah! Amidst a shrill scream, the sound of frying beans could be heard coming from the opponent's body. All of the bones in the opponent's body had been shattered by Zichen's finger. Furthermore, all of his bones were shaken to the size of fingernails in an instant. At the same time, Zichen also used his spiritual sense to protect the other party's spiritual sense so that he would not faint. He carefully enjoyed the feeling of loosening his bones. All the bones in his body were shattered, and the freak collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. Only his head was intact. Such a cruel and terrifying method caused the hearts of the others to tremble. Just like that, a powerful demon collapsed on the ground. Other than pain in his eyes, there was also a tinge of grievance. Before he fainted, he said a few words in grievance. This, I didn't say it. Wang Shan was slightly taken aback. Thinking about it carefully, it really didn't seem to be what the other party had said. But it didn't matter. In any case, the other party wasn't a good person. After that, Wang Shan was not tired at all. He beat them up one by one until they were all swollen. Only then was he satisfied. It was as if this was a punishment even crueler and more vicious than death. While Wang Shan was attacking, Tyrant and Zichen were saving people. Wang Qiong's injuries were severe, and his life was in danger. Naturally, they had to use a precious pill to save him. Therefore, Tyrant directly took the spirit ring of a demon and forced it to recognize him as its owner. However, he realized that there was no precious pill in it. Then, Tyrant searched the demon's body. In the end, he saw the pendant and snatched it away. Seeing that the pendant was taken away, the demon's small eyes on his swollen head were filled with indignance. However, he was immediately defeated by Tyrant's sword teeth. Then, Tyrant found a precious pill in the pendant that had recognized him as its owner. It's really here. This bunch of cunning fellows. Tyrant was furious. He took out a precious pill and fed it to Wang Qiong. At the same time, Zichen successfully found a precious pill and fed it to Wang Xianer. Wang Xianer's injuries weren't severe, but Zichen forced her to consume the precious pill. The rich vitality contained in the precious pill instantly enveloped Wang Qiong and Wang Xianer. Boo-hoo! After the battle, the strong Wang Xianer hugged Zichen and cried bitterly. She was filled with grievance and allowed her blood to stain Zichen's body. Zichen patted Wang Xianer's back and comforted her softly. Boo-hoo! Zichen, these people killed LV Peng and Zhang Haoyan. You have to avenge them. Wang Xianer cried. When Zichen heard this, the killing intent in his eyes that had just been suppressed became stronger again. His murderous gaze swept across the few demons. Under the thick killing intent, one of the demons' heart turned cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He hurriedly explained, They are not dead yet. Because his face was swollen and he had no teeth in his mouth, he couldn't speak clearly. Zichen spent a lot of effort to understand. LV Peng and Zhang Haojian weren't dead. They were only severely injured and fled together. Among the 8 major forces, the Ning clan and the Lu clan had already gone after them. The Ning clan and the Lu clan... Hearing this, Qin felt a trace of regret. If he had known that these two forces were so despicable, he would have killed them all back then. Because of his benevolence that day, if he had indirectly harmed LV Peng and Zhang Haoyan, Qin would probably live in self-blame for the rest of his life. Not dead? That's great. Let's go find them immediately. Wang Shan heard this and immediately knocked out the last Yakong. At this point, other than one whose bones were shattered, the rest of the Yakong who were still alive were all swollen. Let's go. Qin nodded. What about them? The monk suddenly pointed at the Yakong of the 8 major forces. The saber in his hand shone with a cold light. After swallowing the treasure pills, Wang Qiong and Wang Xianer had also recovered to their peak condition. Looking at the sky, a cold glint appeared in the eyes of the two. If Qin hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Kill them, Wang Qiong said coldly. Wang Xianer's eyes were also cold. This was a hatred that couldn't be resolved unless one party died. No, don't kill us. We're from the 8 major forces. This is just a misunderstanding. Barbarian, don't kill us. This is just a misunderstanding. I'm willing to return the items and hand over all my wealth. Please don't kill me. The Yakong of the Yakong were filled with fear. They lowered their posture and kept begging for mercy. Misunderstanding? You King, chaotic dogs. Now that you're scared, you're saying that it's a misunderstanding? Why didn't you tell me that it's a misunderstanding before? Wang Shan said coldly. Kill, Qin finally said. His voice was cold. Then he turned around and left. After that, the spirit-devouring rats, the monk, Wang Xianer, Wang Qiong, and Wang Shan quickly followed. Only the devil ape stayed behind. Before long, shrill screams resounded in the sky. The surviving cultivators of the 8 major forces were all killed by the devil ape. After a while, the devil ape caught up. He was holding a bunch of spiritual rings in his hand. There were 4 pendants among them. As the 4 pendants were opened, there were indeed 4 treasure pills in them. In one of the pendants, the corpse of the golden lion was found. Other than that, there were other ancient beasts that they had cut up. This bunch of chaotic dogs, they're all King arrogant, but they can't even kill a decent ancient beast. What a bunch of trash dogs. Wang Shan scolded in disdain when he saw that there were no high-quality ancient beast materials in the pendants. As Qin and the rest were worried about Zhang Haotian and LV Peng's lives, they were in a hurry and did not talk much during this period. They turned back the way they came and quickly arrived at the place where the 2 parties had separated. It's here. Zhang Haotian and LV Peng charged at the chaotic dogs and bought time for us to escape. Wang Shan pointed at the messy battlefield in front of him. There was still anger around him that could not be dispersed. The battlefield was a mess. It was obvious that there had been a violent energy shock. The ground was cracked, and there were many weapon fragments that were shining. They were obviously LV Peng's array flags. It was impossible to tell anything from the messy battlefield. There are bloodstains here. They should have run this way. The devil ape, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly found a clue and pointed at a bloodstain not far away. When the group arrived, they found that there were obvious bloodstains on the ground that were gradually moving away. It must be them. Let's go. The group continued on their way. After finding the correct direction, their speed increased by a lot. At full speed, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. In the same direction, the remaining Liu and Ning families of the 8 major forces appeared one after another. There were only 6 people left in the original team of 9. They had lost another 3 people during this period. Their expressions were gloomy. They did not feel excited after defeating the enemy. It was obvious that they had not gotten off to a good start. Among them, the Liu family's monster was cursing and swearing. His expression was one of dissatisfaction. Damn it, how unlucky. Of all the people, we had to meet the Shangguan family. Those damned barbarian dogs. I don't know what kind of luck they have. Of the 5 overlord forces, no one would care if we met any of them. Yet, we met the Shangguan family. The Ning family's expert was also unhappy. This is great. We didn't manage to kill 2 of them, but 3 of them were killed instead. We still have to guard against their revenge in the future. This is a huge loss. The barbarians are usually the butt of jokes. Every single one of them is a laughingstock. Damn it. The barbarians of this generation are all so strong. All right, let's speed up. The others should have already succeeded. If we're late, we'll lose everything. Yes, and that barbarian beauty. Let's go. We've been holding back a lot of anger. It's time to find a beauty to vent it. Let's cut up the golden lion while we're at it. These damned barbarian dogs are really strong. Just the 5 of them working together can kill a golden lion. The Lu and Ning families' experts were very unhappy because they had also seen the golden lion. At that time, there were 10 of them, but they chose to retreat because of the golden lion's strength. They did not expect that the golden lion would be killed by 5 barbarians. While they were talking, the 6 of them moved forward quickly. Suddenly, there was a sound of air being torn apart in the sky. This was the sound of an object moving at extreme speed. The few of them raised their eyes and looked ahead. They saw many small dots on the horizon, emitting brilliant light. There were several of these light dots side by side. As they drew closer to the light spots, they finally saw clearly that these light spots were actually human figures. As the figure approached, the other party's appearance could be seen clearly. Chapter 5:27. The Lu family and Ning family members were confused at first. Then their expressions froze. When they saw the faces of the group, their confused expressions turned into shock and disbelief. How is this possible? Are those barbarian dogs? Then a cry of shock rang out, and everyone's eyes widened. This was because the people who had come were none other than the 2 barbarians who had beaten them up and robbed them of their belongings. At this moment, Zi Chen was with the monk, and beside him were the barbarians who were supposed to be dead. Moreover, their injuries had all healed, and they were at their peak again. As for what had happened here, it seemed that it was easy to understand with just a little thought. At this moment, Zi Chen and the others also noticed the group of people here. They changed their direction and flew over at an extremely fast speed. Where's Zhang Haoqian and LV Peng? What followed was a cold, questioning voice. You. Before the 6 Yu family members could recover from their shock, Zi Chen and the rest were already in front of them. Before they could answer, the energy drowned the 6 of them. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 6 fell to the ground, their vitality gone. There were also 3 people whose faces were filled with fear and astonishment. They're not dead. They were taken away by the Shangguan family. This time it was Lu Guan who spoke. He was afraid that if he answered too slowly, he would die like Ningyan. The Shangguan family? Who? Zi Chen asked coldly, but he was relieved to hear that the 2 of them were still alive. Shangguan Bingxi. Lu Guan told them what happened as fast as he could. After confirming that the 2 of them were still alive, everyone was relieved. They were about to kill the enemy, but the Shangguan family arrived at the critical moment and saved the 2 of them. They were not willing, but Shangguan Bingxi's attitude was firm, and they did not dare to provoke him, so they left helplessly. Where were they? After telling them everything, Lu Guan asked in a low voice, his eyes full of fear. Although he had guessed what happened to the others, he still wanted to ask them personally. You'll see them soon. Lu Guan felt a huge force. Then his vision turned black, and he fell to the ground with the other 2 monsters. He didn't waste any more words and directly killed him. LV Peng and Zhang Haoyan were still alive. Everyone's tense expressions also completely relaxed at this moment. Phew! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. But at this moment, the monk dashed towards the ground. Then he found the space pendants on the bodies of the 2 monsters. These 2 damned bastards. The monk couldn't help but curse in his heart. He took the pendant and went forward again. Among the 2 pendants, there was a treasure pill and a few corpses of ordinary ancient beasts. As for everyone's spirit rings, the monk did not take them at all. The monk had already searched through the spirit ring once, so naturally, there wouldn't be anything in it. Are we going to find Shangguan Bingshi now? Everyone stopped in the middle of a forest. Wang Shan said and looked at Ziqin. During this period of time, Wang Xian had already regained her peerless beauty and was sitting beside Ziqin. When she heard that Shangguan Bing was happy, her expression was slightly unnatural. You know her? Ziqin asked curiously when he sensed Wang Xian's reaction. This time, it was Wang Qiong who spoke. He nodded and said, "Not really. But speaking of which, we have to thank her. Shangguan Yu. It was the one who asked her to send us the token that we used to enter. She also gave us a space pendant and a few drops of mid-grade, liquefied elemental essence." Ziqin was surprised. Wang Qiong looked at Wang Xian and said with a bitter smile, "Of course, she was also the one who told us about your relationship with Shangguan Yu. Naturally, Ziqin couldn't discuss another woman in front of a woman. Therefore, he chose to remain silent. The previously relaxed and joyful atmosphere suddenly became tense and awkward. "Come, let me introduce you. This is the Devil Ape, also known as the Sky-Splitting Battle Ape. I brought it out from the Saint Burial Land. It's very strong and has saved me several times." Ziqin looked at the Devil Ape in the distance and waved his hand to signal it to come over to ease the awkward atmosphere. The Devil Ape was more than 2 meters tall. It was surrounded by black light and had a pair of cold, blood-red eyes. In its transformed state, the Devil Ape brought about a huge shock to everyone. "This is Wang Qiong. This is Wang Shan. This is..." After introducing Wang Qiong and Wang Shan, Ziqin introduced Wang Xian and winked at the Devil Ape. "He, you don't need to introduce her. I know her. This is Wang Xian. She's as beautiful as a fairy, gentle and talented. You've told me many times that she saved your life." The Devil Ape chuckled and said, "Sure enough." After hearing the Devil Ape's words, Wang Xian's slight displeasure disappeared. She looked at the Devil Ape with her beautiful eyes and asked, "Did he really mention me many times?" "Of course, even I know about it. I even mentioned it last time." The spirit-devouring rat rolled its eyes and said, "It seemed to know that this was its future mistress, so it tried to curry favor with her." The original spirit-devouring rat was close to 1 meter tall, but now it was less than half a meter tall. It obviously knew how to transform. Its body was covered in white fur. It was spotless and didn't have a single trace of color. Its whole body was glowing, which was naturally lovable. Although they were surprised that the spirit-devouring rat could transform, this didn't stop Ziqin from introducing the spirit-devouring rat. After hearing that the spirit-devouring rat was the descendant of a pure-blooded ancient beast, everyone was shocked. Wang Xian even hugged the spirit-devouring rat and pinched it. The little spirit-devouring rat chuckled and said to the Devil Ape, "Devil Ape, transform for everyone to see." After transforming, the Devil Ape was very domineering and powerful. However, before transforming, the Devil Ape was only the size of a fist and was very cute. The spirit-devouring rat had always remembered that it was knocked out by the Devil Ape, so it wanted to take a little revenge. Seeing that the Devil Ape wasn't cooperating, the spirit-devouring rat said, "This is your future mistress. If you don't suck up to her now, it will be too late in the future." Helpless, the Devil Ape transformed into the size of a fist and shone with a black light. While she was surprised, Wang Xian reached out her hand and grabbed the Devil Ape's fur, lifting it up into the air. "Is this really the Devil Ape?" Looking at the cute little fellow, Wang Xian couldn't believe it. "Of course it is. Look at how cute it is. It's like a ball." The spirit-devouring rat took the opportunity to step forward and smacked the Devil Ape's head with its paw. The devil ape was sent flying and rolled on the ground, making Wang Xian laugh. The spirit-devouring rat was also secretly happy. This time, after killing everyone from the 8 major forces, everyone had gained a lot. Next was to distribute the resources. Zi Chen took out dozens of drops of origin liquid and gave them to the 3 of them so that they could replenish their energy when they ran out. Oh my God, there's so much. I heard that this thing is very expensive. 1 drop costs tens of thousands of upper-grade origin stones. Wang Shan's eyes lit up. Middle-grade origin liquid was definitely good stuff. At a critical moment, a drop of origin liquid was equivalent to an extra life. They had experienced this effect personally before. Other than that, there were 5 supreme pills, 1 for each of them. Wang Shan couldn't help but exclaim as his eyes lit up. As for the golden lion, after Monk finished dissecting it, he gave it all to Wang Qiong. At the same time, Zichen also gave him a lot of ancient beast essence blood. The essence blood was enough for one of them to undergo a baptism. So much blood essence. Zichen, exactly how many ancient beasts have you killed? Seeing Zichen take out so much blood essence, everyone was very surprised. Wang Qiong even directly asked. The 2 of us killed them. There weren't many of them, barely 20. Monk said humbly, but no matter how they looked at it, it seemed like he was showing off. Sure enough, they were shocked and thought that the 2 of them were too crazy. Obviously, they were familiar with each other. So Monk continued to show off happily. This is Sabertooth. The teeth of the demonic leopard are stronger than ordinary elixir weapons, even though they haven't been refined. Isn't this Sabertooth? Wang Shan asked curiously. TSK, I know you're ignorant. It's called Sabertooth here. Monk looked at Wang Shan with disdain. Zichen smiled and didn't say anything. He couldn't be bothered to expose Monk. After that, he took out the scale armor made from the fur of the demonic leopard and gave it to Wang Xian. Wang Xian could feel Zichen's body temperature from the scale armor and accepted it happily. Today, they had been shocked many times. When they took out the ancient beast meat to roast, it was no longer a big deal. Even so, Wang Shan was still amazed by how extravagant it was. It was too extravagant. After a short rest, they continued to follow Lu Guan's directions to look for LV Peng and Zhang Haoyan. Other than finding the 2 of them, Shangguan Feixiong also said that if they found Shangguan Bingxi here, he hoped that Zichen could take care of her. At night in the ancient battlefield, there was no Xingqin or the moon. Therefore, when night fell, the world was pitch black and they couldn't even see their own fingers. On a mountain ridge, the people of the Shangguan family were gathered here. However, there were only 7 of them left. 2 of them were injured, and the other 5 were very tired. Miss, are we just going to wait here? One of them asked. Beside them, Shangguan Bingxi sat quietly and didn't say a word. These people had followed her out, but more than half of them were dead or injured. She had given away the remaining 2 treasure pills to others. Everyone has expended a lot of energy along the way. If we continue to run, we won't be able to hold on before the pursuers arrive. Shangguan Bingxi said plainly. Under the cover of the night, no one could see her exhausted expression. However, her eyes were resolute. Since it's the last battle, we'll choose the home ground. The people beside her didn't say anything else, but everyone's eyes were resolute. At this moment, 2 black figures flew from the bottom of the mountain ridge. They were Zhang Haotian and LV Peng, who had swallowed the treasure pills. Get ready. No matter who comes, they'll be at a disadvantage if they're caught off guard. LV Peng said coldly, Thank you for your help this time. We don't need your help here anymore. You can leave. Shangguan Bingxi said plainly, You don't have to say any more. We won't leave. Treat it as returning the favor of your treasure pills. Zhang Haotian said coldly. In the pitch-black night, everyone was on guard as if a battle would break out at any time. Chapter 528. This was the final battle, and the outcome had already been decided. Shangguan Bingshi and his group would definitely die. It was also because of this that Shangguan Bingshi gave the last 2 pills to LV Peng and Zhang Haoyin. Although the 2 of them were barbarians, in Shangguan Bingshi's eyes, they were much cuter than the others in the Bedlam lands. Shangguan Bingshi had seen the 2 of them when he went to deliver the token. He knew that the 2 of them had saved his sister's life. After consuming the pills, the 2 of them recovered from their injuries. However, unexpectedly, they chose to stay and refused to leave. Shangguan Bingshi could not chase them away. Even though Shangguan Bingshi had repeatedly emphasized that this was a battle to the death and that there was no chance of winning, the 2 of them did not want to die in vain. However, the 2 of them still refused to leave. Their attitude was very firm. This made Shangguan Bingshi angry, but he was also very touched. Even if we die, we will drag a few of them down with us. Zhang Haoyin gripped the sharp blade in his hand tightly. Without the light of the moon and stars, the sharp blade would not reflect light in the dark. LV Peng also had the same idea. During this period, he had set up array after array to create endless trouble for the people who came. The 2 of them deliberately ignored Wang Qiong and the rest. It was not that they did not want to think about it, but they did not dare to think about it. No matter what the result was, they would not be able to accept it. Therefore, they put all their energy into this life and death battle. After this battle, if they were still alive, they would take revenge. If they were dead, they would go to hell to apologize to Wang Xianer. In the dark night, figures appeared one after another. They were dressed in black, and their faces were covered. They were like ghosts, silently moving around. They are just ahead. There are only 7 of them left. A low voice suddenly sounded out. Very good. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Another voice sounded out. This voice was gloomy and filled with evil. The figure in the dark seemed to hesitate for a moment before asking in a low voice, "Young Master Xiang, are you sure you want to kill all of them?" "Of course, but she is your sister." "Shut up." The shadow named Young Master Xiang shouted, "She's just a bitch. Ever since I was young, she's always wanted me to die. This time, she will definitely die, and I'm going to torture her to death." Hearing this evil and cruel voice, the people in the dark couldn't help but shiver. They secretly exclaimed in their hearts that the name of young Master Xiang was indeed well deserved. The black masked figures moved forward silently. They were like ghosts in the night, without any signs of life. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a trembling sound in the air. Then, a beam of light shot up into the sky. A small array was accidentally activated, and killing intent filled the air. Before Yu Fei could dodge, he was engulfed by the killing intent. Pooh! Pooh! Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Yakong was killed on the spot by the materialized sharp blades in the formation. His body was cut into several pieces and fell to the ground. His vitality was gone. "What's going on? Didn't I tell you to be more careful?" An evil voice rang out, filled with dissatisfaction. Yukong's screams before his death would definitely alert the enemy. However, following that, another scream was heard. That scream reverberated through heaven and earth, spreading far and wide. "Damn it, we've been tricked. There's an array here." Suddenly, an exasperated voice rang out from the dark. As if responding to this voice, more screams were heard. More Yu Fei accidentally stepped on the array. The screams echoed in heaven and earth. One by one, Yu Fei fell to the ground and wailed. They arrived silently, before they could even see a single person. 5 Yu Fei had already died in the array. Since we've alerted the enemy, there's no need to hide anymore. Kill them all. Following the evil voice, all the figures in the dark appeared. There were more than 10 of them, and they flew toward the mountain ridge at an extremely fast speed. Buzz! During this time, the hidden array set up by LV Peng was activated from time to time. Streaks of energy shot up into the sky emitting brilliant lights and illuminating the figures in the dark. When the array was activated, a frenzied killing intent swept through. The energy in the array was directed at Yu Fei, one by one. In the face of such a bloody lesson, everyone was already on high alert. They were secretly on guard, and when they realized that something was wrong, they would retreat and defend themselves at the first moment. Obviously, it was not realistic for the hidden array to kill people by surprise again. Shangguan Qixiang was exasperated that he had already lost 5 people. One had to know that these Yu Fei were all geniuses, cultivated by their families. They had extraordinary combat strength. He was prepared to bring them into the depths of the mountain ridge. Now, every death of one of them was an unimaginable loss to him. Damn bitch! Where did you find such an array master? When I catch you, I'll make you wish you were dead. Shangguan Qixiang was furious. The evil light in his eyes was even brighter. Other than the array, the group did not suffer any other attacks. Soon, they were close to the mountain ridge. However, during this time, there was still an unlucky Yu Fei who died in LV Peng's array. LV Peng's array had already killed 6 humans. Such a miraculous effect was obviously unexpected. The Yu Fei in the mountain ridge looked at LV Peng with admiration. They held their elixir weapons tightly, waiting for the final battle. Kill! When they arrived at the foot of the mountain ridge, Shangguan Qixiang shouted. Endless killing intent surged around him as he rushed towards the mountain ridge. On top of the mountain ridge, the group of Yu Fei who were on guard had their eyes flashing with a cold light. Monstrous killing intent surged around them. With the thought that killing 1 person was worth it and killing 2 was worth it, they rushed towards the foot of the mountain ridge with their injured bodies. Deafening battle cries rang out. The moment the 2 sides met, it indicated that a fierce battle was about to break out. Blood splattered in the sky. Broken limbs flew everywhere. The sound of elixir weapons piercing into bodies could be heard. When the 2 sides fought, there were deaths. In the midst of the battle, Shangguan Qixiang turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the mountain ridge. There, a woman stood quietly on top of the mountain ridge, looking down at him coldly. Bitch die! Shangguan Qixiang shouted. Endless killing intent surged around him. On top of the mountain ridge, Shangguan Bingshi looked at Shangguan Qixiang coldly, as if he was looking at a strange enemy. An outsider whom she has only met twice is willing to sacrifice her own life for others. A blood relative of hers actually wants to kill her. Shangguan Bingshi could not help but feel endless sorrow. At some point, a blood relative was actually inferior to an outsider. Shangguan Qixiang had just reached the middle of the mountain ridge when he suddenly felt a sharp killing intent from the side. A black shadow rushed out from the darkness with a sharp blade in his hand. At close range, the sharp blade reflected a cold light as it slashed toward Shangguan Qixiang's head. This was a powerful and deadly attack. When it appeared, it was silent. When Shangguan Qixiang noticed it, the sharp blade was already in front of him. Shangguan Qixiang's face changed, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, he used his elixir weapon to block the attack. Under the light of his elixir weapon, he saw a cold and emotionless face. Clang! The 2 elixir weapons collided, creating a loud sound and beautiful sparks flying everywhere. Shangguan Qixiang blocked the attack, but he was pushed back a few steps. His face was pale. The person who launched the sneak attack did not follow up with another attack. After the attack, he disappeared into the darkness. Damn it! Is this an assassin from the Heavenly Kills Alliance? Since when did this bitch have such a powerful guardian under her? Shangguan Qixiang's face turned ugly when he saw that the flaw that he deliberately exposed did not work. The opponent did not fall for it and escaped with a single attack. First, it was a strange formation. Then it was a suspected assassin from the Heavenly Kills Alliance. This made his face extremely gloomy. Ah! All of a sudden, a shrill scream rang out. A dazzling radiance appeared not far away. Under the radiance of the radiance, he saw a person flying in the air. His hands were clutching his chest, and his eyes were filled with shock and fear. Yukong's chest was pierced through by a sharp blade. Blood flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. Yukong fell backward as his life force slowly faded away. When the dazzling light faded away, Shangguan Qisheng saw that cold and emotionless face again. This face glanced at him coldly, but it quickly disappeared into the darkness. It was the assassin who launched the sneak attack. When he escaped, he killed one of his subordinates. Damn it! Shangguan Qisheng cursed. His face turned gloomier. Obviously, this assassin who appeared out of nowhere was a tough opponent. Swoosh! At this moment, a sharp blade appeared from the darkness and slashed towards Shangguan Qisheng. This time, the sharp blade was aimed at Shangguan Qisheng's back. Go to hell! Shangguan Qisheng shouted. A strong aura surged around him. Then his elixir weapon shone brightly and smashed towards the sharp blade. The violent Shangguan Qisheng's attack was swift and terrifying. After the attack hit the sharp blade, the dark figure in the darkness groaned and flew backward. As he flew backward, there was a trace of blood. The assassin was injured. However, before Shangguan Qisheng could chase after him, the assassin disappeared into the darkness. Damn it, is he really an assassin from the Heavenly Kills Alliance? When did they help this be *starred? Shangguan Qisheng was in disbelief. For Shangguan Qisheng, the most difficult person to deal with in the world was an assassin. This kind of assassin who never fought with his life and only hid in the darkness, waiting for an opportunity to strike, was everyone's nightmare. Sure enough, the nightmare continued. Screams rang in his ears again. This time, the assassin took the opportunity to kill another genius. Apparently, his opponent was not seriously injured. Whether or not he was an assassin from the Heavenly Kills Alliance would be confirmed later. However, today he must kill Shangguan Bingshi. Therefore, Shangguan Qisheng was on high alert as he flew towards the mountain ridge. Swoosh! However, just as he moved, a strong killing intent appeared again. The sharp blade appeared behind Shangguan Qisheng again and pointed at his back. This assassin was extraordinarily strong, and he instantly restrained Shangguan Qisheng. At this moment, Shangguan Qisheng could not kill Shangguan Bingshi personally. However, a single assassin could only restrain one person. He could not control the situation of the entire battle. Those who had been following Shangguan Bingshi in the air had consumed a lot of their energy and did not have time to recover. This kind of consumption did not only refer to the energy in their bodies, but also their spiritual thoughts and souls. The continuous battles had made them very tired. At this moment, they were once again facing geniuses who were several times more powerful than them. In just a few short exchanges, after killing a few of the opponents, they were all killed. Moreover, many of them flew up the mountain ridge and rushed toward Shangguan Bingshi with killing intent flashing in their eyes. P.S. End of the 4th watch. Begging for votes, begging for flowers, begging for everything. Every time I finish the 4th chapter, I will only ask for votes. Compared to those begging for votes in the 2nd watch, am I not lucky? Chapter 5:29. Everyone rushed up into the air. Although their expressions couldn't be seen under the masks from the other party's cold eyes, it was naturally possible to guess that these were expressionless faces. Their pill weapons shone brightly. Facing the direct disciples of the Shangguan family, they raised their pill weapons and attacked fiercely. Right at that moment, a person suddenly appeared in front of Shangguan Bingshi. Both of the person's hands made a simple gesture in front of them, and everyone felt a tremor beneath their feet. Their bodies became unstable. An array of light shot up into the sky from beneath their feet. These rays of light were like peerless blades. They made a clanging sound and swept through everyone. Screams rang out again. At this moment, a total of 6 sky cultivators were cut from the bottom up by the sharp blades. Their intestines flowed out, and they all died a violent death. In a flash, All the youth sky cultivators in front of Shangguan Bingshi were killed. Hearing the screams, Shangguan Qixiang felt like his heart was bleeding. In order to enter the depths, the Shangguan family had prepared for thousands of years. This time, they had even sent him enough people. But now, they had lost more than 10 people. The screams made his expression even gloomier, and the killing intent around him grew stronger. However, he was tied down by the assassin and couldn't get away at all. Even though he had injured the assassin several times, he was forced to retreat every time he tried to attack. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura surged. The array that had just killed the youth sky cultivators was shattered by a powerful force. Another black figure rushed up, emitting a powerful aura. It was him who had just destroyed the array. Obviously, he was a monstrous existence. It was a masked man. He looked at Shangguan Bingshi with a complicated expression. But when he looked at LV Peng, it was much simpler. His eyes were cold and cruel. Then he rushed towards LV Peng. Without the array flag, LV Peng's battle power was greatly reduced. After a short exchange, he was sent flying, coughing up blood. LV Peng was also a monstrous existence, but all his monstrous means were based on the array flag. Without the array flag, he was like a toothless tiger. As soon as LV Peng was sent flying, the indifferent Shangguan Bingshi moved. She waved her hand, and a gorgeous color appeared in front of her. Like a rainbow, it streaked across the sky and shot forward. Yu Kong, who had just sent LV Peng flying, had a complicated look in his eyes. Instantly, shock appeared in his eyes. Light flashed around his body, and the pill weapon in his hand blocked in front of him. One after another, light shields appeared around him. Bang! In this pitch-black night, a dull explosion rang out. Under this dazzling light, the defense around evildoer Yu's body was instantly shattered. At the same time, a powerful force surged into his body. Even though the pill armament managed to weaken the energy by more than half, the remaining energy still caused the other party to cough up blood. Then his entire body fell down the mountain ridge. As he flew through the air, the prismatic light in the sky still hadn't faded away. He saw the other geniuses flying through the air, only to have their heads separated from their bodies and fall off the mountain. A sword of light appeared in Shangguan Bing's hand. It was dazzling, and a strong aura was emitted from the sword of light. In front of them, several headless corpses also fell down toward the mountain. Because of this, the battle paused for a moment. Yu, looking at the sword of light, the shock in Shangguan Qixiang's eyes became thicker. But soon, it was followed by anger from the death of his subordinates. Shangguan Qixiang, let's fight to the death. On the mountain ridge, Shangguan Bingshi, who was holding the sword of light, had a cold expression on her face. Under the sword of light, her face emitted a dazzling radiance, covering up her pale face. You want to fight to the death with me? Do you want to do it on the bed? Because of anger, Shangguan Qixiang's expression became ferocious, making him look even more evil. The cold Shangguan Bing, she couldn't help but feel emotional when she heard this. The injuries that she had just suppressed acted up again, and she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Why? Are you very excited? Seems like you can't wait, my good sister. Shangguan Qixiang laughed evilly again. Go to hell. A cold, murderous intent filled the sky. This was the first time Zhang Haoyan spoke, and it was also a full-powered attack. This attack was no longer both offensive and defensive. It was his strongest attack, and the only one that Zhang Haoyan could use right now. The monstrous, murderous intent was like a tidal wave engulfing Shangguan Qixiang. A sharp blade pierced through the darkness, shining with boundless light, and rushed towards Shangguan Qixiang. This attack was bright and dazzling. It went against the Tao of assassination, but it was the proof of the strongest attack. Facing Zhang Haoyan's powerful attack, Shangguan Qixiang's expression changed slightly. But in his eyes, An assassin who only knew how to attack and not defend was no threat at all. The alchemy weapon in his hand also lit up, releasing a powerful aura. Then the alchemy weapon fiercely smashed towards the sharp blade. Boom! The sky and earth started to tremble under this attack. Shangguan Qixiang's men surrounded the mountain ridge and killed all of Shangguan Bingshi's guards. At the outermost area of the mountain ridge, there were still shadows flashing. These were all Shangguan Qixiang's men. They were hiding in the dark, surrounding the area to prevent Shangguan Bingshi from escaping. At this moment, everyone was looking at the mountain ridge from afar, watching the battle in the distance, watching the assassins attack. Their attention was attracted by the battle. Without a sound, the void behind one of the Zukong warriors broke open, and a dark figure appeared. His entire body was pitch black, as if he was one with the night, but he had a pair of blood-red eyes that did not fit in with the darkness. Unfortunately, everyone was watching the battle at the moment, and no one noticed the scene. In this dark night, a pitch-black hand slowly reached out to one of the Yukongs, then blocked his mouth, grabbed his neck, and twisted it fiercely. With a slight cracking sound, the Yukong slowly fell to the ground. As for his spiritual sense, it was destroyed immediately. In this dark night, the black figure seemed to be the ruler of the darkness, and also like a demon reaper, taking the lives of human cultivators one by one. Silently, one by one, they fell to the ground. There was no sound, and there was no movement. Until the last one fell to the ground, no one noticed. Boom! With a loud sound, the battle between Shangguan Qixiang and Zhang Haoyan was over. The latter's low-quality blade was smashed into pieces, and then the elixir weapon fell on Zhang Haoyan's body, knocking him away. This time, Zhang Haoyan, who fell to the ground, did not continue to hide his body. He seemed to be seriously injured and did not get up for a long time. At this point, the battle was about to end. Although Shangguan Bingshi was still standing, he was seriously injured, and there was no need to be afraid of him. As for the formation master, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. As for the assassin, he was barely alive. Looking at Shangguan Qixiang's side, there were more than 10 Yukongs, and there was also a monstrous existence. As for the Yukongs outside, he did not count them. "My good sister, how do you want to die? Do you want to die under my blade or die under my spear?" There was a long bloody scar on Shangguan Qixiang's face, and his mask was gone. It was left behind by Zhang Haoyan's attack, which made Shangguan Qixiang, who was already evil, even more evil. "In my eyes, you're no better than a dog or a pig," Shangguan Bingshi said, coldly clenching his sword of light. "Animal, I don't like that name. My good sister, I hope that in your heart I'm a beast." Shangguan Qixiang smiled, but that smile made people's hair stand on end. Zhang Haoyan staggered to his feet and stared at Shangguan Qixiang with his cold eyes. However, as soon as he moved, he felt a burning pain in his chest. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground again. Lu Peng also staggered up the mountain, but with each step he took, it was clear that he did not have much battle strength left. "Everyone here is my people. Today, even if you have wings, you won't be able to escape. You too can be my witnesses and see if I'm an animal or a beast." Shangguan Qixiang looked at Lu Peng and Zhang Haoyan. "You're not human." Seeing Shangguan Qixiang's evil smile, the two of them felt a chill in their hearts. Shangguan Qixiang's actions had clearly surpassed that of a human. He was almost like an animal. "Ha!" Shangguan Qixiang laughed evilly, then charged towards Shangguan Bingshi. However, what greeted him was naturally the sword of light that flickered with colorful light. The colorful light illuminated the sky once again. Under this light, one could faintly see figures flashing in the distance. But at this moment, no one paid attention to their surroundings. Even if they did, they would think that it was one of their own. Shangguan Qixiang blocked the attack, but he also retreated a few steps, the evil in his eyes growing stronger. "This is my good uncle's weapon. I didn't think that you would bring it out. He treated you well, but I don't know how many more times you can use this kind of attack." While laughing evilly, Shangguan Qishiang once again charged toward Shangguan Bingshi. In the fierce battle, Shangguan Bingshi's energy finally ran out, and Shangguan Qishiang's evil smile finally bloomed. He walked step by step towards the powerless Shangguan Bingshi, but he faintly felt that something was wrong. It was as if the venomous gaze had disappeared. Shangguan Qishiang finally realized that something was wrong. The resentful gazes of the assassin and the array master had disappeared at this moment. Instead, they had become calm. Shangguan Bingshi's expression, that should have been filled with despair, was now extremely calm. What's going on? Could it be that they know that they are going to die? They know how to enjoy it. Just when Shangguan Qishiang was puzzled, a cold voice sounded from behind him. "Enough, Shangguan Qishiang. It's time to end this." Then the sound of footsteps could be heard, but it was already very close. Chapter 530. Hearing that familiar voice and the sound of footsteps, Shangguan Qishiang's face changed drastically. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. Although they had only met once, he would never forget Ziqin. The first time he suffered a loss in his life was at the hands of Ziqin. At that time he was 2 realms higher than Ziqin, but the two of them fought to a draw. Even though he knew that Ziqin was a sky-level warrior, he could not accept this fact. The evil look on his face had already disappeared. It was replaced by a dignified look. The footsteps behind him were slightly messy, but it was not because of panic, it was because there were a lot of people. There were so many people hiding in the sky, but they did not notice or report it. Obviously, there was a problem. The possibility of them surviving was not high. Thinking that so many people had died here, and his plan to enter the depths was almost ruined, Shangguan Qishiang could not help but feel a crazy rage in his heart. The footsteps stopped behind Shangguan Qishiang. "Go to hell!" Shangguan Qishiang suddenly let out a roar and turned around, smashing the pill weapon in his hand behind him. With the injection of energy, the pill weapon began to glow, illuminating the surroundings. The face that Shangguan Qishiang hated the most was right in front of him. Facing this attack, Ziqin was extremely calm, and his expression did not change at all. This was Shangguan Qishiang's most powerful attack. Even a celestial expert wouldn't dare underestimate it. Ziqin's expression was calm. That infuriated Shangguan Qishiang. He increased the strength of his pill weapon by 30%. He was determined to destroy that hateful face in one blow. A powerful qi was circulating around the weapon. It suddenly fell down and was about to hit Ziqin. The latter finally moved. Ziqin moved, but he only stretched out a finger and gently pointed at the weapon. "Die." Seeing Ziqin pointing his middle finger at him, Shangguan Qishiang's face showed a sinister smile. He was more confident. In his opinion, this attack would definitely smash his opponent's right hand and at the same time smash his head. Ding! However, the moment the pill weapon came into contact with the other party's fingertips, it let out a soft sound, as if it had collided with a divine mountain. The powerful elixir weapon was blocked by Ziqin's finger. No matter how powerful the elixir weapon was, it was unable to break through the defense of his finger. How is that possible? Shangguan Qishiang's eyes were filled with shock. During this time, he secretly increased his strength, but it was to no avail. All his energy was like a clay ox entering the sea. Under this finger, the pill weapon could not advance any further. Looking at the astonished Shangguan Qishiang, Ziqin smiled mockingly. Immediately after, his finger started glowing. At the same time, a terrifying qi started surging out of his finger. Bang! A powerful force came from the tip of his finger and sent Shangguan Qishiang flying. Shangguan Qishiang's hand began to drip blood. His hand, which was holding his pill weapon, had already cracked. Shangguan Qishiang was defeated in a single attack. The surrounding people were extremely shocked. Even Shangguan Bingshi, Lu Peng, and Zhang Haoyan were extremely surprised. However, after the surprise, they became excited. Obviously, the stronger Zichen was, the happier they would be. Shangguan Qishiang's eyes were filled with shock for a long time, but he was not frightened by this attack. After he got up, he took out a new elixir weapon. It was a long spear. The surface of the spear was covered with a dazzling silver light. A powerful qi was surging out of the spear. Just by looking at its quality, it was not any weaker than Shangguan Bingshi's Sword of Light. Seeing the long spear in Shangguan Qishiang's hand, Shangguan Bingshi's expression changed. She obviously did not expect Shangguan Qishiang to have such a skill. This was the Silver Soul Spear. It was very famous in the Shangguan clan. Its quality was not any lower than the Sword of Light. Among the elixir weapons, it was one of the best. Now that Shangguan Qishiang took out the Silver Soul Spear, his battle strength would naturally be greatly increased. Shangguan Bingshi was worried that Zichen would be in danger. However, before she could give the Sword of Light to Zichen, Shangguan Qishiang had already rushed out with his spear. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The long spear in his hand emitted a dazzling light as it stabbed toward Zichen. This stab contained all of his strength. On the tip of the spear, a dazzling light was surging. From afar, it looked like a silver dragon. It was mighty and ferocious. In a flash, it rushed toward Zichen. This attack was powerful and overbearing. The three of them were worried for Zichen. Only the people behind Zichen were still indifferent. The silver dragon attacked. Suddenly, a red light flashed in front of Zichen. Following that, a monstrous qi swept through the sky. The blood-red broken spear appeared in a flash. As Zichen slashed, the broken spear brought along a large amount of red light. It was like a blood-red lightning bolt that went straight for the silver dragon's head. Boom! The blood-red lightning bolt was mighty and overbearing. It released a boundless destructive qi. Boundless energy began to surge. Under the attack of the blood-red broken spear, the silver dragon's head was instantly smashed into pieces. At the same time, the broken spear collided with the silver spear. Shangguan Qishiang, who had just rushed over, was once again sent flying. This time, he flew even more thoroughly and directly. He left behind a dark red mist in the sky. Shangguan Qishiang's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He did not dare to imagine that when they met again, he would not be able to withstand even one attack from his opponent. Everyone around was incomparably shocked as they watched this scene. Their eyes were filled with a thick sense of horror. At this moment, everyone's gaze was on Zichen. No one noticed that behind Zichen, Tyrant's eyes were fixed on the Silver Soul Spear. Snatch it, snatch it. Tyrant's greedy bad habit appeared again. He whispered behind Zichen. Zichen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said coldly, Shangguan Qishiang, it's time for everything to end. As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal with his hand and pointed at Shangguan Qishiang with his finger. A golden finger imprint broke through the void and flew towards Shangguan Qishiang. At this moment, golden light was circulating around the finger imprint, illuminating the surroundings. Golden destructive lightning surrounded the finger imprint, and when it landed, it caused the space to tremble. Using the power of the finger bone, the power of the thunderbolt finger instantly increased by several levels. This attack was even more powerful than the attack of the blood-colored broken spear. No. While screaming in fear, the Silver Soul Spear in Shangguan Qishiang's hand flashed with a dazzling light again. His whole body's aura changed again and again. The energy in his body was pushed to the limit, and the silver spear stabbed towards the thunderbolt finger. In the sky, there was another earth-shattering sound. An even more terrifying energy surged. Shangguan Qishiang blocked this attack, but his injuries were even more serious. He coughed out blood continuously, and his body flew backwards. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He immediately slashed his silver spear to the side. Clang! A loud sound was heard, and dazzling sparks flew everywhere. A broken spear was blocked by the silver spear. Unknowingly, Zichen had already arrived in front of Shangguan Qishan. Shangguan Qishan's face was still filled with fear. He quickly retreated. He knew that he was no match for Zichen. He already had the intention to retreat. However, Zichen approached him with his spear. Streaks of blood-red light flashed and forced Shangguan Qishan to fly backwards. Boom! Shangguan Qishan seized the opportunity and flew back a few hundred meters. The place where he retreated back was filled with a red mist. He was extremely embarrassed today. Go! Shangguan Qishan shouted and signaled for everyone to retreat. Go? Do you think you can leave? Zichen sneered. He once again turned into a golden light and stabbed his spear toward Shangguan Qishan. Shangguan Qishan, who was severely injured, naturally did not dare to face Zichen head-on. He could only keep dodging. However, after dozens of attacks from Zichen, the blood-red light still swept towards him. He lost his balance and staggered backwards. It's time to end this. Zichen's last words were said. He was already behind Shangguan Qishan. The broken spear in his hand was stabbed towards Shangguan Qishan's back. A cold voice sounded from behind. Shangguan Qishan looked at Zichen again. The word clone appeared in his mind. Then his eyes were filled with the fear of death. Boom! Just as Shangguan Qishan was about to die under the broken spear, the heaven and earth suddenly shook violently. As if there was a violent impact, the ground began to shake. It was as if the mountains were collapsing. Waves of energy began to surge. The huge mountain was instantly torn apart by the energy, and a majestic mountain instantly sunk into the ground. The mountain ridge from before collapsed under this energy, and countless rocks tumbled down, instantly submerging LV Peng and the other two. Under the mountain, the others also felt that their feet were unstable. They all staggered and fell down. At this moment, the entire heaven and earth was filled with a terrifying energy. This energy was vast and majestic. It was as if it was the true power of heaven and earth. This change was out of everyone's expectations. The power of heaven and earth made everyone tremble. The change lasted for 2 hours. It was only when the heaven and earth regained its light that it completely stopped. Everyone's face was filled with shock. They were still in shock and did not understand what had happened. This is a sign that all the regions are connected. It means that the path to the depths has been opened. The spirit-devouring rat suddenly said. During this time, the 3 of them had already dug out from the pile of rocks. As for Shangguan Qishan and the other 10 people, they had already taken advantage of the chaos to escape. If they really wanted to chase after them, they would definitely be able to catch up and kill them. However, Shangguan Bingshi stopped them and signaled for Shangguan Qishan to leave. Her face was filled with worry. Her expression was complicated. Obviously, she was not in a good mood. The path to the depths has just opened. Tyrant asked curiously. He was a little dissatisfied with Shangguan Qishan's escape. He said that he should have left the silver spear behind and let him run away. This tremor happens once every 1,000 years. It means that all the regions are connected. Many king beasts will enter the depths at this time. Of course, there will also be more ancient beasts entering this region. The spirit-devouring rat explained. Everyone stayed where they were and rested for 2 days. Then, they entered the depths together. During this time, Shangguan Bingshi's mood was not good. Everyone did not want to persuade her. They could only let her calm down first. During this time, Zichen asked about Wangshi. Chapter 531. When all the regions were connected, the path into the depths of the ancient battlefield was opened. The entire ancient battlefield started a rampage of ancient beasts. This was a grand event that happened once in 1,000 years. It was also the only chance for many powerful ancient beasts to leave after entering the depths. The ancient beasts roared, and their roars were deafening. Their overwhelming aura surged as many ancient beasts charged into the depths of the ancient battlefield. As the king of this region, Sky-Devouring Wolf had already arrived at the border of this region and was fully prepared. Its aura surged, and the aura of a king was revealed. Many ancient beasts avoided it. When all the regions were connected, the heavens and earth trembled. When the passageway opened, it was the first to enter the depths. The old demonic leopard walked side by side with green radiance around its body. Its broken claw was replaced by a lifelike energy claw. Wolf Cub, who was following behind Sky-Devouring Wolf, had its hind leg replaced by an energy hind leg. As for its real hind leg, it was already in Zi Chen's stomach. Humans, I will settle this with you when I return. Wolf Cub's eyes flashed coldly. It was still holding a grudge against the two humans. The two kings were in the air, and the aura of a king was fully displayed. No ancient beasts dared to approach them. All of them hid far away. After the two kings left and the aura of a king dissipated, many ancient beasts appeared from afar. They approached the area and charged into the depths. In an instant, the earth trembled and rumbled. Smoke and dust covered the sky as though it was a doomsday storm. It was rare to see pure-blooded descendants of ancient beasts, but they could be seen everywhere. There were lightning snakes, unicorns, tricolored lizards, golden lions, alligators, and many other ancient beasts. Their bodies glowed and their auras surged as they charged into the depths. Other than this region, the kings of the other regions also entered the depths when the passageway opened. After that, the other ancient beasts formed a beast tide and brought up smoke and dust. Compared to the countless ancient beasts, the number of humans entering the depths was much smaller. In each region, the average number of humans entering was less than 100. Therefore, every time they entered the depths, the ancient beasts would go first and the human cultivators would follow behind. The goal of many ancient beasts was the blood essence of the pure-blooded ancient beasts. Even a drop would allow them to transform and increase their strength. For the kings of ancient beasts, this was a chance to leave the ancient battlefield. As for the humans, their goal was the blood essence of all the ancient beasts and the relics left behind by the ancient battlefield. Other than that, there were also many ancient beasts, such as the gray rat and the black rat. These ancient beasts were not strong and had impure bloodlines. They took advantage of this opportunity to cross regions and hunt ancient beasts and humans of the same level. Zi Chen and the others were still recuperating when the ancient beasts entered the depths of the forest. During this time, they talked about Wang Shi's death. When they heard that he was killed by an assassin, both of them were surprised. In the fringe, where there were no rules to speak of, all conflicts could be resolved on their own. Apart from the market square, he could kill anywhere and anytime. It seemed a little redundant to have a killer. The Heavenly Kill Alliance did not have any branches in the Bedlam lands. That was a very perverted assassin. The purpose of his attack was just for fun. There was no enmity between them at all. Wang Shan was still very emotional when he talked about what happened that day. Although the assassin was abnormal, his strength was very strong. He killed Wang Shi in one move. When Zi Chen and Tyrant heard this, they were shocked. The killer killed people for fun? Although they had not fought with Wang Shi was known as a monstrous genius and ranked third in Yunxia City. His combat strength was naturally extraordinary. They did not expect that he would be killed by an assassin who thought it was fun. I think his strength is ordinary. If he did not hide and take us by surprise, he would not have been able to kill us. If he fought with my brother directly, the outcome would not have been certain. Wang Shan said with some dissatisfaction, "You can't say that. That assassin's combat strength was indeed very strong, and his concealment skills were very good. Even though we were alert, we could not discover him." Wang Qiong suddenly said with a grave expression, "The assassin's strength was only at the middle stage of the Imperial Sky Realm. However, he was able to kill Wang Shi in one move. He should be a seed assassin of the Heavenly Kill Alliance. This time, He might come to the ancient battlefield. When we enter the depths, we must be careful. Wang Qiong warned solemnly. Middle stage of the Imperial Sky Realm? Could it be him? Suddenly, Zichen frowned as he thought of a cold assassin. Back then, outside the market square, he had almost killed you. After that, he had caused Tyrant to suffer a great loss. Damn it, could it really be him? Tyrant's expression changed when he heard that. There was anger in his eyes. Apparently, he had also thought of that cold assassin. After that, the two of them talked about the assassination and described the appearance of the assassin. We did not see his true appearance, but it is very likely to be the same person. Wang Qiong nodded after thinking for a while. It's best if it's the same person. If he dares to enter the depths, he will not be able to return. Wang Shan said coldly. Tyrant nodded and said, "We will settle old and new grudges together." During this period, Shangguan Bingshi did not say a word. He was still in a bad mood. Wang Xian accompanied him by his side. 2 days later, LV Peng and Zhang Haoyan had fully recovered from their injuries. The group of 8 people and 2 beasts set off and headed towards the depths. Indeed, as soon as they left the dense forest, they found ancient beasts. These ancient beasts were all from other regions. To the group, they were not very strong. However, there were many of them, and they formed a group. At this moment, after seeing the group of humans, the ancient beasts sent out cold messages. With ferocious expressions, they charged towards Zichen and the group. The battle broke out in an instant. Tyrant held 2 sword teeth and slashed fiercely. Wherever he passed, the ancient beasts would be sent flying. On the other hand, Wang Shan and the rest also displayed their powerful combat strength. The ancient beasts fell to the ground one by one. The battle started quickly and ended quickly as well. The entire process of the battle was almost a one-sided slaughter. The group was not injured at all. They had slaughtered a wave of ancient beasts. After cleaning up the battlefield, the group continued forward. During this period, they killed another 2 waves of ancient beasts. The 8 of them had monstrous combat strength. When they worked together, they formed a super strong team to hunt ancient beasts. The team leader was naturally the powerful Zichen. This was widely acknowledged. By the time the group reached the depths, they had killed more than 20 ordinary ancient beasts. They had a bountiful harvest. Tyrant exclaimed that they had struck gold. Even Shangguan Bingshi from the Shangguan family was stunned when he saw these ancient beasts. After a few days, the group reached the border of the area and went into the depths. The environment in the depths was almost the same as in the periphery. There were dense forests, mountain peaks, and many traces of battle. Dilapidated fences, broken walls, and collapsed ruins could be seen everywhere. However, these things were on the verge of being eroded by the wind. It would not be long before they all disappeared. The group was quite lucky. As soon as they entered, they found an ancient medicine that was more than 3,000 years old. As expected of a spirit-devouring rat, Wang Qiong and the rest were surprised when they saw the spirit-devouring rat return with the ancient medicine. Finding an ancient medicine in a place where many ancient beasts had stepped on was enough to show how extraordinary the spirit-devouring rat was. A mere ancient medicine is nothing. I'll bring you to the ruins later, to the inheritances, and to all the treasures with spiritual energy. The spirit-devouring rat said smugly after passing the ancient medicine to Zichen. Before the spirit-devouring rat could lead the group to the ruins, an ancient beast rushed out of the dense forest. Human. Delicious. This was an ancient beast whose bloodline was comparable to a wolf cub. It was called the Golden Lion. It was more than 10 meters tall and exuded the majesty of an ancient beast. It was even stronger than the one Zhang Haoyan and the rest had hunted. Golden light flashed around its body like a golden sun. A violent aura surged around its body. Its bell-sized eyes were filled with greed and killing intent. When humans hunted ancient beasts, they needed to be baptized in their blood. Ancient beasts could also devour humans and transform them. Ancient beasts were very intelligent. They knew that humans who dared to enter the depths were very strong. Therefore, after devouring them, they would obtain more energy. Therefore, when they saw humans, they wanted to devour them as if they had seen an ancient medicine. Torrential flames surged around the golden lion as it charged at the group. Clang! Zhang Haoyan appeared from the darkness with a pill weapon and slashed at the golden lion's body. However, there was a sonorous sound. He was unable to break through the golden lion's defense and was forced back. The descendants of pure-blooded ancient beasts had strong defenses. Ordinary pill weapons could not break through at all. Wang Qiong and the rest were also forced to retreat. Without LV Peng's formation, it was unrealistic for them to kill the golden lion. Watch me! Monk stepped forward with 2 sword fangs and slashed at the golden lion. The sword fangs flashed with light and pierced into the golden lion's body like sharp swords. In an instant, golden blood splattered. The golden lion was injured. The golden lion was furious. It roared at the sky like a thunderclap. Terrifying energy surged on its sharp claws as it slapped at Monk. Pum! Amidst the muffled explosion, Tyrant was sent flying and retreated several tens of meters. Ancient beasts that dared to intercept humans were naturally very strong. At this moment, even Monk, who had been baptized once, could not suppress them. At this moment, a rainbow-like ray of light appeared not far away and slashed at the golden lion. It was Shangguan Bingshi. She was actually attacking with the Sword of Light. The Sword of Light was unusually sharp. Every time the light struck out, it would leave a long wound on the golden lion's body. Golden blood splattered everywhere, falling onto the ground like golden pearls. Shangguan Bingshi held the Sword of Light and fought against the golden lion. Her feet flashed with extreme speed. Her combat strength was not weaker than a monster's. Now that she had the Sword of Light, she was like a tiger that had grown wings. After a few attacks, several long wounds appeared on the golden lion's body. Monk felt his heart ache when he saw this. He said that this was something that could be used to make inner armor for pill weapons. The golden lion's body was huge. The few wounds on its body were nothing. Soon, the wounds stopped bleeding. Let's end this quickly. At this moment, Zichan rushed forward with the broken spear. Chapter 532. The 3 of them attacked with all their might. Their fierce attacks flashed with dazzling light and landed on the golden lion's body. Golden blood began to splatter, and the golden lion roared in pain. Its intelligence was not inferior to that of humans, and it had already understood that these humans were not to be trifled with. However, at this moment, it was surrounded by 3 people. Each of them was very fast, and it was impossible for it to escape. Therefore, it erupted again, displaying its strongest combat power as a descendant of an ancient beast. Bang! Amidst a dull sound, the golden lion's huge body finally fell. Smoke and dust filled the sky as its vitality dissipated. There was a fatal wound between its eyebrows, and golden blood flowed out. Even the desperate golden lion was no match for the 3 of them. Seeing the battle end so quickly, Wang Shan and the others could not believe their eyes. One had to know that when they killed the golden lion, it took them half a month. Although they killed the golden lion in the end, they were all seriously injured and almost lost their lives. However, the descendant of an ancient beast that was even more powerful than the golden lion was killed by the 3 of them in less than 15 minutes. Let's go straight into the depths. We'll dissect the golden lion later, Zichan said, and then use the purple gold gourd to put away the golden lion's body. After that, the group continued to go deeper. Half a day later, under the guidance of the spirit-devouring rats, they found a second ancient medicine. It was very old. Discovering 2 ancient medicines in one day, the spirit-devouring rat's role was played to the extreme here. Moreover, the places where the ancient medicines were located were places where ancient beasts had stepped on. Wait, there's something here. The spirit-devouring rat in the lead suddenly stopped. Something? Ancient medicine? Wang Shan stepped forward and looked around in confusion. This was a place with broken walls. There was not even a single ancient tree, let alone ancient medicine. Moreover, as far as the eye could see, there were dilapidated buildings that had been eroded by the wind. Any strong wind that blew past would turn this place into nothingness. There's no ancient medicine. Wang Shan looked around and said, I said there's something, but it doesn't mean there's an ancient medicine. There's a fluctuation of spiritual power below. There's definitely something. The spirit-devouring rat said with certainty. Below. Wang Shan was startled. Almost everything here has been weathered. There can't be anything valuable here. The spirit-devouring rat was somewhat dissatisfied with Wang Shan's questioning, and a disdainful light flashed through its small eyes. Dig. Zi Chen stepped forward, and without saying a word, he started digging at the place designated by the spirit-devouring rats. He chose to believe in the spirit-devouring rats unconditionally. After that, Tyrant, LV Peng, and the others also made their moves. Seeing this scene, the arrogance in the spirit-devouring rat's eyes grew even stronger, and its gaze towards Wang Shan was also filled with disdain. I'm actually being despised by a dead rat. Wang Shan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he could only continue digging. Amidst a cry of alarm, the crowd dug out a black substance. It seemed like stone, yet it wasn't. It was extremely hard, and not even alchemy weapons could cut it open. There really is something. Everyone's eyes lit up as they sped up. Soon the black object was dug out. It was a tall stone tablet that was 3 meters tall. It was made of very hard material, but its surface was simple and unadorned. There was no spiritual energy flowing around it. The fact that the stone tablet was able to be preserved for so many years, and the fact that the material was so tough, was enough to prove that the stone tablet was extraordinary. During this period of time, the monk used his sword teeth to slash repeatedly, but there was no reaction at all. This proved that the stone tablet's material had surpassed that of alchemy weapons. As he rolled up his sleeves, a gust of wind blew past, blowing away the dust in the stone tablet. Then everyone saw that in the huge stone tablet there was a complicated ancient word engraved on it. Every stroke of the complicated ancient word was like a dragon flying and a phoenix dancing, vigorous and powerful. There are words on it. Everyone was shocked. One had to know that not only did the monk use his sword teeth to slash at it, but even Zi Qin took out his broken spear. However, when he slashed at it with all his strength, there wasn't even a scratch left on it. Quick, look at what the word is. Everyone looked carefully. This was an ancient word, and every stroke seemed to be made with sharp blade. There was no spiritual energy flowing around it, and it seemed to have something to do with the stone tablet that could be passed down until now. Moreover, this was an unfamiliar ancient word, and even Elder M.O. couldn't recognize it. There's a very dense spiritual energy sealed inside. You can use your spiritual sense to sense it. Maybe you can find something, the spirit-devouring rat reminded. In an instant, everyone extended their spiritual sense and entered the ancient word. Hum! The stone tablet seemed to tremble, and then a vast power appeared. Vaguely, everyone saw a majestic figure standing in the air, waving his fingers at the void. Every time he waved his fingers, a dazzling sword chi with a powerful sword will appeared and finally landed on a towering stone tablet. As the streaks of sword chi fell, the sword marks on the stone tablet gradually formed a complicated ancient character. The ancient word was just like what they saw in the outside world. It was complicated and difficult to understand, and it also carried a powerful sword will. However, at this moment, in this illusory scene, everyone recognized this ancient word at a glance. Sword. This was the word sword. Every stroke of the word was a towering sword will, displaying the endless power of the sword will and carrying the unique aura of the way of the sword. The moment the word sword formed on the stone tablet, the entire word emitted a dazzling light. It seemed that in this light, everyone could feel the existence of the sword will of the great path, piercing deeply into their eyes. Everything seemed to be an illusion and disappeared in an instant. Everyone woke up again, but everyone's expression became very pale. What a powerful sword will! Wang Qiong's eyes flashed. The moment the word sword lit up, he felt as if his soul was about to be cut into pieces by the sword will. Although Zi Chen did not speak, the shock in his eyes did not dissipate for a long time. Obviously, this was a powerful inheritance of a sword skill. All right, quickly comprehend it, and then leave it for me to devour. The spirit-devouring rat said excitedly, Wastrel, this is a powerful inheritance of a sword skill. Wouldn't it be a waste to let you devour it? The monk said and slapped the spirit-devouring rat away. Put it away. Zi Chen said at this moment, this was a well-preserved inheritance of a sword skill, and it could be taken out as a collection. It would be a pity if it was devoured by the spirit-devouring rat. So the monk put the stone tablet away for the time being. Although the spirit-devouring rat was a little dissatisfied, it could not do anything about it and could only continue to lead the way. However, this time, after taking 2 steps, it made another discovery. There's something here, too. The spirit-devouring rat pointed to the ground. As the crowd continued digging, they discovered that they had dug out yet another stone tablet. There was also a complicated ancient word on the stone tablet. It was obviously the word sword. This can't be a set of sword skills, right? Seeing 2 stone tablets that were almost the same but contained different sword intents, everyone's eyes widened. At this moment, even Shangguan Bingshi's expression changed. A powerful sword skill inheritance. Just thinking about it was shocking. Look again, see if there's a third one. The excited crowd treated the spirit-devouring rat as a laborer and began to search this place, carefully sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Soon, they found the 3rd sword tablet. It was indeed different from the other 2, and it represented a 3rd sword skill inheritance. Each of them was a super powerful sword skill, and each of them had the aura of the great Tao, but the sword intents they contained were very different. Heavens, could it be that we'll really find a set of sword skills inheritance here? Everyone felt that it was unbelievable, and their hearts were extremely shocked. Once a sword skill inheritance was taken out, it could be used as a foundation by a large force to nurture more powerhouses. However, if they took back a set of sword skills inheritance, they could completely create a large force. Look, quickly find all the sword skills. Monk shouted excitedly. Zi Chen's expression was no longer calm. This was because both of them had the idea of creating a force, and with this set of sword skills, they would have a foundation that could be passed down. Soon after, the 4th sword tablet was found, and it also represented a different sword skill inheritance. Everyone stayed here for a full day, but in the end, they only found 4 sword tablets, which made Monk feel that it was a pity. Be content. Any one of these sword tablets can be taken out by many forces, and if it's auctioned, it can be sold for a sky-high price. Zi Chen said with a smile. Moreover, these 4 sword tablets can be used as a foundation to nurture more powerhouses. He was not as greedy as Monk. After searching for half a day and confirming that there were no more sword tablets, everyone continued to hurry. The passage in the depths had been open for several days, and they had been left far behind. The good inheritances had all been snatched away by others. Along the way, everyone began to hurry. 3 days later, they found traces of humans. This was a large force with a large number of people, and they surrounded a dense forest. When they saw Zi Chen and the others, their eyes were filled with hostility. However, when they saw Shangguan Bingshi in the crowd, they were stunned. Idlers, stop. This place has been occupied by the Chen family. Yukong shouted vigilantly from afar. Qin family? The Chen family, the overlord force of Chaos City? Ziqin frowned and looked at Shangguan Bingshi beside him. You are from the Qin family? Shangguan Bingshi asked calmly. That's right, we are from the Qin family. This time we have already sealed this place, so please stop, Miss Shangguan. Yukong said, Roar. At that moment, a deafening beast roar was heard, and it was as if thunder had exploded in the sky. The beast roars were unceasing, and from the sound of it, there were at least 3 ancient beasts. 3 ancient beasts together. Powerful ancient beasts usually moved alone, and they rarely teamed up. Now that 3 ancient beasts were together, everyone was stunned. However, immediately after that, sounds of fighting could be heard, and violent energy surged in the forest, followed by the screams of humans before they died. Come here, all of you. At that moment, a loud roar was heard. Yukong, who had sealed off the periphery, heard it, and his expression changed, and he immediately rushed into the dense forest. What should we do? In the blink of an eye, all the Yukong had entered the depths, and even Yukong, who had blocked them previously, was nowhere to be seen, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded people. Ziqin glanced at Shangguan Bingshi and found that he did not have much of an expression on his face. After pondering for a moment, he said, Since they have already occupied this place, let's leave. Chapter 533. Ziqin had said that he was going to leave, but he didn't. The others didn't urge him either. During this time, everyone was looking at Shangguan Bingshi. The latter said indifferently, The Chen family and the Shangguan family are only acquaintances. The others were relieved and didn't say anything else. People from big factions were very conceited. If they entered rashly, they would definitely be hostile. They might say that they were disloyal and stole the treasure, and become mortal enemies in the end. Therefore, the crowd waited outside. They would only go in when they couldn't win. Roar! The roars of beasts were heard in the dense forest. They were sure that there were 3 ancient beasts, but then another roar sounded. A 4th ancient beast appeared in the dense forest. This made Ziqin and the others change their expressions. If there were only 3 ancient beasts, even if they were comparable to the demonic leopard cub or the demonic wolf cub, they were confident that they could kill them. However, there were 4 of them. Even if they had monstrous battle strength, they were not confident. 4 ancient beasts. The Chen family is finished. Facing 3 ancient beasts, the Qin family was already in danger. Now that there were 4 of them, they had almost no chance of winning. Just as Wang Shan was sighing, more shrill screams came from the forest. These were the screams before death. The sound kept rising and falling. The shrill screams proved that the human cultivators were dying one by one. Not good. Everyone retreat quickly. Then the voice sounded again. However, compared to the anger just now, there was a hint of panic in the voice now. Humans go to hell. Among the screams, a thunderous roar of an ancient beast was heard. Then there was a huge tremor in the forest. Ziqin and the others couldn't see what was happening in the dense forest with their own eyes, but they could guess from the screams and roars. The 4 ancient beasts must have shown their power and started to kill the Qin family. After a few breaths, 2 figures rushed out of the forest. When they rushed out, they were still coughing up blood. Their panicked faces were filled with shock and fear. These were the 2 monsters from the Qin family. Just as the 2 of them rushed out, they saw Ziqin and the rest waiting outside. Their gazes swept past Shangguan Bingshi, and after a slight pause, the panic and fear on their faces had already disappeared. At the same time, a mocking smile appeared on their lips, and they quickly left. Their meaning was clear. Even so many of them had been defeated, let alone the 8 of them. Roar! Soon after, the deafening roars of beasts rang out in the forest, and then slowly disappeared. The 4 ancient beasts did not chase after them. Oh my God! There were dozens of them when they went in. Now only 2 of them escaped. Wang Shan was completely stunned when he saw that the Chen family had not rushed out again. Out of dozens of people, only 2 were still alive. The death rate was too high. What should we do? After that, everyone looked at Zichen. If there were only 3 ancient beasts, they would have rushed in without hesitation. However, there was suddenly one more. It seemed that it would be very difficult for the 8 of them to deal with 4 ancient beasts. Moreover, so many of the Chen family's warriors were killed in an instant. It showed how strong the 4 ancient beasts were. Go in. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. He had already made up his mind and rushed in first. In his hand, the blood-red broken spear had already appeared, and a crazy murderous aura filled the air. The rest followed, closely behind, all ready for battle. A sword tooth appeared in Shang Guanbingshi's hand, and a sword of light appeared in Shang Guanbingshi's hand. The forest was in a mess, and the air was filled with a thick smell of blood. On the ground, there were only a few scattered elixir weapons and nothing else. As for the corpses, they must have been eaten by the ancient beasts. Seeing these elixir weapons, Shangguan's eyes lit up, and he immediately put them away. These weapons have owners. Even if you take them, you won't be able to use them. Who knows, you might even offend the Qin family. Shang Guanbing, she kindly reminded him. These elixir weapons will be used by me. Shang Guan smiled and then put away all the elixir weapons. The 4 ancient beasts had already entered the depths of the forest. During this time, they would occasionally let out low growls. The group advanced quickly, no longer hiding. The sound of wind breaking could be heard in the forest. When they entered the depths, they saw the 4 ancient beasts. They were leopard-type ancient beasts from an unknown region. They looked very similar to the sword-toothed demonic leopard, but they did not have the 2 huge sword teeth. They had a pair of cold eyes, and they were also emitting a blood-red light. In the middle of the 4 ancient beasts, there was a huge corpse of an ancient beast. It seemed to have died for countless years. Its bones had already rotted, and only a faint light was emitted from its bones. At this moment, the 4 ancient beasts were refining the ancient beast's blood essence from the rotting flesh. They had already refined a drop, and it was floating above the corpse, emitting a bright light. In addition, there was also a terrifying, ferocious aura emanating from the blood essence. Zichen had only felt this kind of ferocious aura from the blood essence that the old man had given him. Moreover, he and the monk could only withstand 1 drop of this level of blood essence during their baptism. What a powerful aura! Is this the true blood essence of an ancient beast? Looking at the drop of blood essence, Wang Shan's eyes widened in disbelief. The others were also shocked. Even Shang Guanbing, she had never seen such a ferocious blood essence. The few of them guessed that it was the blood essence of a pure-blooded ancient beast. However, only Zichen and Shangguan knew that it was not pure-blooded. Stupid humans are here again. Kill them all. A black panther glanced coldly at Zichen and the rest, and then opened its mouth. Its voice shook the sky. The arrival of Zichen and the rest did not attract its attention. At this moment, it was still refining the blood essence of the ancient beast. Moreover, the second drop of blood essence was about to take shape. Humans die. 3 black panthers turned into 3 rays of black light and rushed towards them. Their eyes shone with a cruel light. They were ready to kill Zichen and the rest as easily as they killed the Qin family. Zichen, Shang Guanbingshi, and Shang Guanbing were at the front. They were the first to be killed by the Black Panthers. Pum! The first to be attacked was Shangguan. The 2 sword fangs in his hands shone brightly. They were used as long swords, and he slashed at the Black Panthers. In the next moment, the Black Panthers were sent flying as if they were hit hard. Shang Guanbing, she had sent a Black Panther flying with a single blow. On the other side, the sword of light in Shang Guanbing, she's hand shone like a waterfall. It cut a long wound on the body of the second Black Panther. Colorful blood splattered as the Black Panther roared in pain. 2 Black Panthers were at a disadvantage against 2 humans. At this moment, the third Black Panther arrived in front of Zichen. Its black claws carried a destructive aura. Zichen's eyes were cold. Golden light flashed around his body. Facing this attack, he did not dodge and let the Black Panther hit his chest. The Black Panther's claw landed on Zichen's chest. The Black Panther, which had intelligence not inferior to that of a human, seemed to have seen the scene of a human's chest collapsing and being pierced through by its claws. But at this moment, a blood-red lightning appeared in front of the Black Panther. Then a monstrous, murderous aura surged, and the blood-red lightning rushed towards its glabella. Roar! The blood-red lightning contained a terrifying aura that made the Black Panther feel the danger of death. It let out a deafening roar. The violent aura around its body surged crazily. The power of its claws was reduced by 50% in an instant. It then dodged to the side. Puff! But the speed of the blood-red lightning was too fast. Both sides were very close. With a soft sound, the blood-red lightning hit the Black Panther's glabella and pierced in. Boom! The broken spear pierced the Black Panther's glabella. At the same time, a surge of energy emerged and rushed towards the Black Panther's soul. The energy was like a vibrating wave. Under the shock of the energy, the Black Panther's soul was destroyed layer by layer. By the time the blood-red spear was pulled out, the Black Panther's vitality had already disappeared. Its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Zichen killed a Black Panther with one strike. As the Black Panther had held back 50% of its strength, the remaining 50% could not hurt Zichen at all. The battle happened in an instant, but in the next moment there was a pause. Whether it was the human or the Black Panther, they all looked at Zichen with shock in their eyes. The Black Panther, who was refining the blood essence, was completely stunned when it saw this scene. Its big eyes were filled with disbelief. A mere human killed one of its companions in one strike. It felt that everything seemed to be wrong. It should be them who killed a human in one strike. How could this be? Just as the Black Panther was confused, it realized that the human with the broken spear was already charging towards it. Then, he raised the broken spear in his hand high up. The battle started when Zichen raised the spear again. This time it was 8 against 3, coupled with the demon ape who attacked from time to time. The 3 ancient beasts were suppressed from the beginning. During this period, everyone was holding back the ancient beasts. The one responsible for killing them was Zichen. Go to hell! After a loud shout, Zichen used his extreme speed to flash to the side of the Black Panther. At the same time, the broken spear in his hand viciously chopped downwards. A red light, like a waterfall, pierced through the Black Panther's body. Gulp! A huge Black Panther's head was chopped off by Zichen and rolled on the ground. Another ancient beast was killed. When the remaining 2 ancient beasts saw this scene, they were scared out of their wits. They turned around and ran. During this time, Wang Shan and the others were knocked over and coughed up blood. Lend me the Sword of Light. Monk suddenly shouted. Then he snatched the Sword of Light from Shangguan Bingshi's hand. His body was shining with golden light as he charged towards one of the ancient beasts. In an instant, the Sword of Light shone brightly. The 7-colored sword light slashed again and stabbed into the ancient beast's forehead. With a wail, the 3rd ancient beast fell to the ground. Just 2 breaths later, the 4th ancient beast also let out a scream. It was killed by Zichen's broken spear. Seeing the 2 of them so valiant, the other 6 people were stunned. Chapter 534. The battle ended very quickly, which was unexpected. If the 4 ancient beasts had gone all out and unleashed their strongest attacks, 1 or 2 of the 8 people and 2 beasts would have died. However, after killing the Qin family, the Black Leopard's confidence swelled. They thought that these humans were as easy to kill as before. In the end, all of them died because of their carelessness. 2 drops of blood essence that emitted a murderous aura floated above the gigantic ancient beast's corpse. Zi Qin stepped forward and collected the 2 drops of blood essence. He then sat cross-legged beside the corpse and began to refine and extract the rest of the blood essence. Taking advantage of this time, Tyrant held the Sword of Light and began to dissect the 4 black leopards. It's indeed a good item. It's exceptionally sharp. Looking at the Sword of Light in his hand, Tyrant couldn't bear to part with it. However, no one paid him any attention. Shangguan Bingshi wouldn't give the sword to him. Feeling bored, Tyrant focused on dissecting the ancient beasts. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. Zi Qin had already collected 2 drops of blood essence. At this moment, 2 more drops floated in front of him. It was really surprising that he could extract 4 drops from this rotten corpse. In these 4 hours, Tyrant had also successfully dissected 3 ancient beasts. There was only 1 left, and he was preparing to dissect it. However, at this moment, sounds of breaking through the air could be heard from afar. It sounded like many figures were flying towards them. Hurry up! The ancient beasts are just ahead. At the same time, a human voice could be heard. Hearing these voices, everyone's expression changed slightly. Then they became alert. After a few breaths, more figures appeared. There were more than 30 of them. Each of them emitted a powerful aura. The ones leading the way were the 2 geniuses of the Qin family who had fled in panic. As soon as they appeared, they saw the neatly dissected ancient beasts' corpses on the ground. Not far away, there were also 2 drops of blood essence floating in the air. Seeing the 4 ancient beasts and the 2 drops of blood essence, everyone's eyes were filled with greed. Their breathing quickened. However, when the 2 geniuses of the Qin family saw this, their faces were filled with shock. They had personally experienced the strength of the 4 ancient beasts. They had slaughtered the dozens of people they had brought with them. From the start of the battle, it had been a one-sided massacre. The 2 of them had been lucky to be able to escape. They had originally given up, but they did not expect to find the Zhou clan ahead. Thus, they led the Zhou clan back to kill the 4 ancient beasts. However, he never expected that such powerful ancient beasts would actually be killed by these 8 humans. Furthermore, looking at their bodies, there was not the slightest injury. Clearly, the battle had been very easy. Chen Liang, this is the place you discovered. It seems that the item has been snatched away by someone else. Beside the freak from the Qin family, a young man in battle armor coldly said, "That's right, it was snatched away by someone else." The monster known as Chen Liang immediately understood the meaning behind the other party's words and nodded his head furiously. "How dare you steal from the Overlord faction? Seems like these people are pretty gutsy. I wonder which faction they belong to." The young man from before swept his gaze across the group and spoke once more. "Zhou Sun, what do you mean by that?" Shangguan Bingshi looked at the young man who spoke and asked coldly, "Io, isn't this Shangguan Bingshi, the little princess of the Shangguan clan? As a member of the Shangguan clan, why aren't you following young Master Xiang? Why are you with this group of people?" Zhou Sun laughed sarcastically. Shangguan Bingshi ignored the sarcasm in the other party's words and said directly, "The ancient beasts were killed by us. You guys should leave." "You guys killed them? Who saw it?" Zhou Sun sneered and said, "I only saw you guys snatching our ancient beasts." "What's wrong? You have the guts to snatch our ancient beasts, but you don't have the guts to admit it?" While the 2 parties were talking, Zi Chun and Tyrant were expressionless. They were still minding their own business and did not pay any attention to these people. In the outside world, they were famous overlord factions. A casual cough from them would cause the entire Bedlam lands to tremble a few times. But in the ancient battlefield, they were just a bunch of used skies that were not worth mentioning. A mere overlord faction showing off here would only be mocked by others. Zi Qin did not even frown at their rival of these people and their aggressive attitude. When the 2 drops of blood essence were finally formed, Zi Qin heaved a sigh of relief and slowly stood up. The rotten corpse in front of him was completely useless now. Haha, you even helped us refine our blood essence. Not bad, not bad. Our Zhou clan owes you guys a favor. You too, go and take out my blood essence. Zhou Sun laughed and then signaled for the others to take out the blood essence. Zi Chen turned his head and looked at the other party with a cold smile. Boom! At this moment, the sky suddenly trembled and a pitch-black staff shadow appeared. It carried a powerful aura as it fell from the sky and hit the head of one of the Yu Skies. Yu Sky's expression changed, and his body flashed with light. He used his alchemy weapon to resist. Pum! The staff shadow fell and shook the space. A terrifying aura surged and smashed onto the alchemy weapon of Yu Sky's. Instantly, a loud tremor was heard. Yu Sky's palm was torn apart, and the alchemy weapon in his hand flew out. At the same time, the pitch-black staff shadow smashed down and landed on the head of the Yu Skies, killing him instantly. Amidst the loud explosion, one of the geniuses was blown up just like that. But what was even more shocking was that the other one had already fallen to the ground and died at some point in time. His fatal wound was on his chest. Only when the two Yu Skies died did the others react. You guys snatched our things and still dare to kill us. Are you guys trying to go against the overlords? Zhou Sun's expression changed and turned cold. The other Yu Skies were also surrounded by a murderous aura and locked onto the others. Tyrant was still dissecting the ancient beasts as if he did not hear the other party's words. He also did not care about the previous battle and the dead Yu Skies. His hands were still moving at a steady pace as he dissected the last ancient beast. Zi Chen looked at Zhou Sun indifferently and asked coldly, "Snatched your things? Are you referring to these 4 ancient beasts?" That's right, these 4 ancient beasts and their essence blood. Zhou Sun also stared at Zi Chen, but seeing how calm the other party was, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Zi Chen sneered and said, "Talking in your sleep in the day and lying with your eyes wide open. Worthy of being an overlord clan. You guys are really overbearing. It's good that you know. Hand over the ancient beasts and the essence blood and we'll let bygones be bygones. Our Zhou clan will owe you guys a favor. If you don't hand it over, you'll have to bear the wrath of our Zhou clan." Zhou clan's wrath and a favor. Zi Chen sneered and said coldly, "You guys are really used to being arrogant. Have you forgotten where you are? Do you still think this is the Bedlam lands? Let me tell you, this is the ancient battlefield." Zi Chen's cold eyes flashed with murderous intent. He looked at the ashen-faced Zhou Sun and said word by word, "Now, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to leave. If you're still here after 3 breaths, don't blame us for killing you without mercy." You. Zhou Sun's ashen-faced face was instantly filled with murderous intent. He was an overlord clan, and the Bedlam lands belonged to his clan. Even Dan Yuan, old monster, had to be polite to him. When had he ever been humiliated like this? But before he could get angry, he saw killing intent surging in the eyes of the other Zukong realm cultivators on the opposite side. 1 breath. At the same time, a cold voice started counting the time for them. Zhou Sun's expression kept changing when he heard the insulting voice. He couldn't wait to fight with these people. They killed 4 ancient beasts. These people are not to be trifled with. Look at that Baldy's hand. Suddenly, Chun Liang's voice sounded in Zhou Sun's mind. He subconsciously looked at Tyrant and saw the sword of light that had restrained its aura. Zhou Sun's pupils immediately contracted. He recognized the sword of light and naturally knew the power of this sword. 2 breaths. At this moment, Zi Chen's cold voice sounded again. Zhou Sun's expression changed. He couldn't wait to kill them, but in the end he didn't have the courage to do so. After Zi Chen said 2 breaths, he left with his group. The 8 of them were able to kill 4 ancient beasts. Their strength was naturally strong. Moreover, they obviously had a sword of light. They might have other tricks up their sleeves. Even though they had 4 monstrous geniuses on their side, they still didn't have a good chance of winning. Damn it. How dare you threaten me? I'll settle this with you when we get out, Zhou Sun said coldly. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Seems like the rumors are true. Young Master Xiang really suffered a great loss. It was a wise decision for us not to fight, Chan Liang suddenly said. Rumors about young Master Xiang? What rumors? Zhou Sun asked. There's a rumor that Master Xiang wanted to kill Shangguan Bingxi. It said that he killed all of Shangguan Bingxi's protectors, but was saved by a group of barbarians. These barbarians also made Master Xiang suffer a great loss, almost killing him. What? Zhou Sun's expression changed. This is what my subordinate heard. I'm not sure about the details, but it should be close. How is that possible? How can the barbarians be so strong? How can they make young Master Xiang suffer a great loss? What's so impossible about that? The barbarians of this generation are widely acknowledged to be very powerful. Have you forgotten the news that Zheng Feng brought back? Young Master Xiang fought fiercely with a barbarian at the early stage of the Flying Flight realm and was unable to win. The group gradually left. They still couldn't believe that the barbarians were so strong. Since when did they become so strong? Zhou Sun was still brooding over the threats he received today. He had been plotting in his heart. If the barbarians dared to go deeper, he would definitely find a chance to kill them. The enmity between the two sides was formed just like that. Zi Qin didn't care about this at all. If he went back smoothly, he had a trump card that would allow him to not be afraid of the overlords. After the monk finished dissecting the ancient beasts, the group continued to go deeper. This time their speed was even faster. During this time, they didn't let the spirit-devouring rats take any detours to look for ancient herbs. They wanted to find the places in the old man's memory. One of them was related to the sky-splitting battle ape, while the other was related to the monk. It was said that there would occasionally be sounds of chanting from that place. Chapter 535. In the depths of the ancient battlefield, all sorts of battles were happening. Other than the battles between humans and beasts, the battles between kings were also very intense. Zichen and the rest encountered all sorts of battles as they ventured deeper. There were several fierce battles. At first, they killed any beasts they saw, but in the end, they began to avoid the beasts. There were many beasts in the depths, and they were all very strong. Each of them was comparable to a wolf cub or a demonic leopard cub. If the 8 of them faced 4 beasts at the same time, it would be very difficult. It was even more difficult to kill them without suffering any injuries. On the way, they would sometimes encounter an alliance of more than 10 beasts, which was equivalent to more than 10 demonic leopards. They had no choice but to avoid them. The essence blood of ancient beasts was important, but their lives were even more important. Where is the place that Senior mentioned? During this period, they kept venturing deeper and found many ancient sites, but they did not find the place that the old man had pointed them to. The old ancestor said that this place opens once every 1,000 years, but the area it opens to is different each time. Perhaps these 2 places are not in this area, or they never appeared, said the spirit-devouring rat. When Tyrant heard this, his expression changed. Not in this area. Do we have to wait 1,000 years? But after 1,000 years, I would have already reached the inner core realm. The ancient battlefield only opened once every 1,000 years. It was already a great honor for them to be able to enter. How could they dare to ask for a second 1,000 years? We only have one chance. Find it. We must find it. Tyrant was unwilling to give up. The place that the old man mentioned was very likely to have the 6 syllables Sanskrit mantra. Tyrant had to find it. The spirit-devouring rat continued to lead the way, searching for anything with spiritual energy. Ancient beasts wanted different things from humans, so they did not take a second look at the many ancient sites and powerful inheritances of humans. They only wanted to transform into pure-blooded ancient beasts and leave this place. Beside them were the spirit-devouring rats. They had an innate sensitivity towards spiritual energy. Therefore, everyone's harvest this time was extremely great. It could be said to be a great harvest. During this period, even Shangguan Bingshi's eyes were constantly flashing with surprise. He looked at the spirit-devouring rat as if he was looking at a precious treasure. If we take these things back, it will be enough to establish a force. Zi Chen's eyes flashed. In the depths of his heart, there was always a crazy and bold idea. 2 days later, after dodging several waves of attacks from the ancient beasts, the group arrived at a relatively desolate area. There was a hint of coldness in the air, like some kind of killing intent. As soon as they arrived here, everyone felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling in their hearts, as if they were being targeted by some kind of peerless, ferocious beast. The devil ape lying on Wang Xian, Oi's shoulder, suddenly opened its eyes. A strange light flashed across its blood-red pupils. The next moment, its body turned into nothingness and disappeared. Boom! After a few breaths, a violent explosion was heard in the void as a figure hidden in the dark was blasted out by the devil ape. This was a figure hidden in the darkness. He held a pitch-black sharp blade in his hand. The sharp blade did not reflect light under the sunlight. Clearly, it was not an ordinary item. There was a hint of surprise in the other party's eyes when he was suddenly blasted away. However, before he could continue hiding, the devil ape attacked once more. The pitch-black shadow of the staff fell from the sky, bringing with it a terrifying aura. With an explosion, the shadow was blasted to death. There was actually someone hiding in the dark. After the shadow was killed, everyone finally reacted. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, the devil ape glanced at Shangguan Bingshi. Its blood-red pupils flashed with a strange light, and its expression was exceptionally ferocious. Swoosh! Zhang Haoqian's expression changed instantly. As his body flashed, he disappeared with the sharp blade in his hand. After a while, the sound of fighting could be heard from afar. The fighting was intense, but it did not last long. It stopped after a few breaths. After a few breaths, Zhang Haoqian returned with a pitch-black sharp blade in his hand. The sharp blade was as black as ink, but it did not reflect light under the sunlight. It was like a real assassination weapon. Not bad. Zhang Haoqian pointed at the sharp blade in his hand. He was not good with words and had always been cold. However, at this moment he spoke. Obviously, he was very satisfied with this sharp blade. The devil ape also returned at this time, holding the sharp blade and the spirit ring. It looked at the sharp blade in its hand and threw it to Zhang Haoqian. This is an assassin's weapon. It's very suitable for you. Zhang Haoqian did not decline. He directly put away the sharp blade. He had obtained the human butcher's inheritance, and this inheritance leaned towards the Tao of assassination. Assassins? You're saying they're assassins? Everyone was surprised. Yes, they're assassins. Only assassins have such a profound concealment technique. The devil ape discovered them in time, so they didn't have time to release their killing intent. Zhang Haoqian nodded. Then, Zhang Haoqian looked at Shangguan Bingshi. Their target should be you. Shangguan Bingshi's face instantly paled. Her expression became extremely complicated. There was struggle and pain. In the end, her expression became as cold as ice. She said indifferently, "Since they're assassins, they're definitely from the Heavenly Kill Union. It has to be them." The Heavenly Kill Union was a terrifying power that had existed for countless years. It was one of the top existences in the entire Martial Heaven continent. Their branches practically covered the entire continent. Why did the Heavenly Kill Union want to kill Shangguan Bingshi? Everyone pondered for a moment, and then they understood. It had to be Shangguan Qixiang. Last time, Shangguan Bingshi had told them to let her go. They hadn't expected that Shangguan Qixiang would not repent and instead hire assassins to kill her. The Heavenly Kill Union? Assassins? Humph! I hope that bastard will come. Wang Shan's eyes blazed with fury. That's right. If that bastard dares to appear, I'll definitely kill him. We'll settle old and new grudges together. Tyrant was also very direct. Through their previous discussion, they were certain that the assassin who had killed Wang Shi was the same person who had tried to assassinate them. From the two assassins, the crowd did not find any space containers that were specially used to store essence blood. Clearly, they were just ordinary genius assassins and not the real leaders. This place is a bit strange. Everyone should be careful. The Devil Ape and Zhang Haoyan are in charge of guarding, said Zichen suddenly. The assassins had already died, but the chill in the air was still there. Furthermore, the feeling of being watched by a fierce beast grew stronger as they ventured deeper. Everyone nodded. They were much more careful as they ventured deeper. At the same time, they surrounded Shangguan Bingshi to protect her. Under Zichen's arrangement, Zhang Haoyan and the Devil Ape traveled through the void in secret to prevent any sudden appearance of assassins or other changes. After a few miles, the Devil Ape once more encountered an assassin. In just 2 attacks, he was mercilessly killed. It's still an ordinary assassin. However, it doesn't seem like he's preparing an assassination. He's monitoring this place, said the Devil Ape. If an assassin is monitoring this place, what's there to monitor? Everyone was puzzled. They couldn't understand. They could only continue forward. Just like that, after a few more miles, the Devil Ape saw the assassin again. This time, it was Zhang Haoyan who killed him. This time, the Devil Ape was certain that the assassin was different from the previous 2. He wasn't preparing to assassinate anyone, but was monitoring or guarding this place. Because the Devil Ape had discovered him from afar, he hadn't had time to attack. The chill in the air grew thicker, making everyone feel uneasy. However, the assassin was guarding this place. Could there be some historical remains here? Everyone naturally thought of this possibility. A few 100 miles away, a black-clothed man appeared from the darkness. He looked ahead quietly. There were more than 10 similarly dressed, black-clothed men. They were using all their strength to break a restrictive spell. "I've already lost 4 of my subordinates," said the black-clothed man coldly. "4 of your subordinates? Did you encounter an ancient beast?" Behind the black-clothed man, a slightly surprised, evil voice sounded. "No, they're here." "Who are they?" "Your enemies." The evil voice sounded surprised again and said, "It's those barbarians." "How is that possible?" "They were able to kill the assassin who was hiding." "Don't underestimate them. Even though they're barbarians, they're extremely strong. What should we do now?" Shangguan Qixiang looked at the black-clothed man and said, "Get ready to attack!" "Attack!" The black-clothed man smiled coldly. "If you're not going to attack, are you going to send your subordinates? Didn't you say that they were extremely strong?" Shangguan Qixiang frowned. "In order to find this place, we, the Heavenly Assassins Alliance, have paid a great price. Many outstanding cultivators have died. After 10,000 years, we finally found a way to break this place. Now that the restrictive spell is about to be broken, the inheritance of the Heavenly Assassins Alliance is about to appear. Do you think I'll send my people to help you solve this problem at such a critical moment? Then what do you mean? Send your people to stop them. Don't let those barbarians ruin my plan," said the black-clothed man coldly. "Send my people." Shangguan Qixiang's expression suddenly became agitated. He almost roared, "I only have a dozen people left. How can they be a match for them? You said that they're all extremely strong. You're sending them to their deaths." The black-clothed man's expression was still indifferent. "Even if they're going to die, they have to stop them. If the inheritance is broken, not only them, but even you and I will die." Shangguan Qixiang shuddered as he felt that the killing intent in the surroundings was even more penetrating. The black-clothed man did not say anything else. He just looked ahead and watched as the restrictive spells were broken one by one. In the end, Shangguan Qixiang left. While moving forward, Zichen and the others were stopped by a group of people. This group had a large number of people, close to 15. They were all holding pill weapons and were surrounded by killing intent. Chapter 536. The people blocking the road were all from the Shangguan clan. The one leading them was the one who had injured LV Peng. Other than Shangguan Qixiang, the others who had escaped last time were all present. This time they were clearly prepared. Each of them had a pill weapon in their hands, and killing intent surged around them. As for the one leading them, he held a silver soul spear in his hand. It flashed with a bright silver light, reflecting his cold, killing intent. "Qiyu, it's you?" The people from the Shangguan clan blocked the road. Everyone chose to remain silent, and Shangguan Bing, she stepped forward. Looking at the person holding the silver spear, Shangguan Bing, she's expression was very complicated. This person had grown up with Shangguan Qixiang and Shangguan Bing Shi. Even his name was given to him by the elders of the Shangguan clan. He had outstanding talent, and the treatment he received in the Shangguan clan was not much worse than Shangguan Bing Shi's. The only difference was that his surname was not Shangguan. Along the way, Shangguan Bing, she could see a trace of benevolence in his eyes. He was not willing to kill them and had shown mercy several times. Otherwise, the people she brought would have been killed long ago, and they would not have been able to hold on for so long. "Shangguan Bing Shi, take your people and make a detour. This road is blocked." Qiyu said coldly. "You." Shangguan Bing, Shi's expression changed. Qiyu's words had clearly expressed his attitude. Moreover, the words Shangguan Bing Shi had increased the distance between them. They used to be playmates who grew up together, but now they were like strangers. Following Shangguan Qixiang will not end well. Don't be stubborn. He has been selfish since he was young, and even more so when he grew up. Today he knew that he would die, but he did not come. He sent you here to die in his place. "Shangguan Bing," she said loudly after a moment of silence. After all, they were playmates since childhood. Shangguan Bing, she could not bear to see him die like this. You did not speak again. His expression was still cold. After hearing Shangguan Qixiang's words, his expression did not change, not even a small ripple. "For Shangguan Bing Shi's sake, I will give you a chance. If you leave now, I will spare your lives." Zichen stepped forward and looked at Qiyu. Qiyu glanced at Zichen, and his cold expression changed slightly. "Since you're giving face to miss, then let's have a fair battle." With that, Qiyu threw the silver soul spear to the side. The long spear turned into a silver light and pierced straight into a boulder. Abandoning the powerful silver soul spear and not using it, Qiyu's actions were very strange. However, this method was undoubtedly smart. He had witnessed the battle between Shangguan Qixiang and Zichen. He knew how powerful Shangguan Qixiang was. If he were to use the silver soul spear, he would definitely be no match for him. He would definitely die. However, if he were to abandon the silver soul spear and rely on his own strength, that might not be the case. There was a hint of admiration in Zichen's eyes. He nodded and said, "Good, let's have a fair fight." "Then go to hell." As soon as Zichen finished speaking, Qiyu roared and turned into a beam of light that shot towards Zichen. His body shone brightly as the energy in his body was pushed to the limit. His 5 fingers formed a claw and clawed at Zichen. Above the claw, 5 beams of light surged. Each beam of light was like a sharp sword aura. Swoosh! As the light flashed, the 5 beams of sword aura reached Zichen with ear-piercing screeches and aimed for his heart. Buzz! Zichen's body flashed with golden light. Facing such a powerful attack, he only clenched his fist and punched. The moment he clenched his fist, his aura rose. Above his fist, golden light shone like a dazzling sun. When he punched, his aura had already reached its peak. He was like a majestic giant as he punched out a domineering fist. The dazzling golden light that was filled with a destructive aura instantly rushed towards Qiyu. Then his body was drowned by the boundless golden light. A series of explosions followed, like a sudden clap of thunder exploding in the sky. Large amounts of golden light began to scatter in all directions, like ripples surging in all directions. Qi Yu's powerful attack was instantly destroyed by the golden light. At the same time, more golden energy landed on his body. As if a monstrous wave hit his body, Qi Yu suffered a heavy blow and was instantly sent flying. With one hit, Qi Yu was injured and coughed up blood. Both of them were monsters, but their combat power was worlds apart. One hit was enough to determine the winner. Everyone in the sky who came with Qi Yu was stunned. I don't believe it. As a monster, Qi Yu's eyes were filled with unwillingness to be defeated with one hit. After getting up and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he charged towards Ziqin again. This time, he did not have a stable fighting spirit. He could not maintain his peak combat power. He was defeated faster and more thoroughly. Ziqin punched again and sent him flying for the second time. A red line of blood streaked across the sky as Qi Yu landed on the ground. This is impossible. All of his confidence was shattered by those two simple punches. His eyes were filled with disbelief. During the battle, he had guessed that he would lose, but he did not expect to lose so thoroughly. It had only been 2 hits. I'll give you one last chance. Leave or continue to be my enemy. Ziqin said coldly as he looked at Qi Yu. I won't leave, even if it means death. Hearing Ziqin's words, Qi Yu's eyes were filled with madness. He got up from the ground again and charged at Ziqin. This time he burned the energy in his body. His aura rose to another level, and he used his most powerful attack. Boom! It was the same claw attack from before, but this time it caused the void to tremble. The 5 rays of sword Qi seemed to tear through the void as they descended. Tyrannical fist, second move. A trace of killing intent appeared in Ziqin's cold eyes. His fist wind suddenly changed, and in an instant hundreds of fist auras appeared in the sky. They all gave off blinding light and powerful auras. Boom! One after another, the fist auras landed on Qi Yu's attack. After dozens of punches, his energy-burning attack was shattered by the fist auras. At the same time, more fist auras were thrown at Qi Yu. At that moment, a series of explosions rang out in the sky. Qi Yu was hit by dozens of golden fist auras, and his entire body was glowing with golden light. Destructive energy flowed into his body bit by bit, and the golden light around him became dazzling. He was like a balloon that had been blown up. When it reached its limit, it exploded with a boom. A genius was slain in just 3 moves. Not even his corpse was left behind. Kill, leave no one alive. Since they were his enemies, he naturally would not show mercy. After killing Qi Yu, the golden light around him slowly disappeared, and the killing intent on Ziqin's face disappeared. However, his expression was still cold. He looked at the terrified Yukong in front of him and said coldly, other than Shangguan Bingshi and Wang Xian'er, the rest of the people charged at the Shangguan family and started a one-sided massacre. However, among the figures that charged forward, there was an unusual existence. It was the evil good monk. His eyes were glowing. Instead of killing the enemies, he ran straight for the silver soul spear, revealing his greedy nature. "Haha, it's mine this time." The monk laughed and looked at the silver soul spear with excitement. His right hand had already grabbed onto the spear. Wang. However, in the next moment, the silver spear started to vibrate, and a powerful aura emanated from it. Caught off guard, the spear shook off the monk's hand and turned into a silver light that pierced through the sky. "This is my silver soul spear." Looking at the silver soul spear that flew into the sky, the monk's eyes were filled with indignation. At this moment, a golden light shot towards the silver soul spear like a bolt of lightning. The golden light turned into a figure and grabbed onto the spear handle. It was Ziqin. "Good job, Ziqin!" The monk shouted from below. The silver light around the silver soul spear shone brighter and continued to vibrate. An even stronger energy surged from it, and it broke free from Ziqin's hand again. However, this time, before the silver soul spear could fly into the sky, an illusory purplish gold light descended. It was like an extended small world that froze the silver soul spear. When the purplish gold light dissipated, the silver soul spear also disappeared. Humph. Since you're not here, leave the spear behind. Zi-Chun snorted and kept the purplish gold gourd. At this moment, the monk had already caught up and was looking at Zi-Chun with a fawning expression. Damn monk, what are you doing? Zi-Chun looked at the monk warily. Well, you already have the broken spear. This silver spear should belong to me. The monk said expectantly, If I give it to you, can you take it away now? Zi-Chun retorted. He then ignored the monk and left. After arranging for Chiyu to hold the silver soul spear back to stop Zi-Chun, Shangguan Qishiang returned. The man in black was still standing in front of him. He looked at the ruins in front of him and did not seem to have moved a single step. Shangguan Qishiang stood behind the man in black. Both of them did not speak and just looked in front of them silently. Not long after, Shangguan Qishiang's expression changed. He then formed a seal with his hands and shouted towards the sky, Return! The evil voice reverberated between heaven and earth, but the silver soul spear did not return. Then, Shangguan Qishiang coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood condensed in the air and did not dissipate. Shangguan Qishiang pointed at the blood with one hand, and there was a flash of light between his fingers. Soon, a strange pattern was drawn. Shangguan Qishiang shouted again, Return! Boom! With a soft sound, the pattern formed by the blood exploded. Shangguan Qishiang's face turned pale. Damn it, I lost contact with the silver soul spear. Shangguan Qishiang's pale face became distorted. He scolded, Damn Chiyu, how can he be so useless? He even lost the silver soul spear after he died. The man in black had been looking in front of him. There was a flash of light in his eyes. He did not pay attention to Shangguan Qishiang's actions. At this moment, he only had eyes for the ruins. After 10,000 years, he finally found a way to break the restriction. Seeing that the inheritance of the Heavenly Kills Alliance was about to appear, the man in black became excited. Boom! Chapter 537. A surge of energy swept across the area. Many of the black-clothed men were swept away by the energy and were sent flying. Boom! The entire seal shook. Then the entire area started to tremble. It was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The ground shook and the void was distorted. A spatial force was formed and spread in all directions. Puff! Under the distorted spatial force, one of the black-clothed men was unlucky enough to be brushed by it. His entire body turned into a bloody mist. His spiritual sense was also destroyed in an instant. Silently, one of the black-clothed men was killed. Seeing this, the other black-clothed men's faces changed. The energy around them surged, and they frantically retreated. When they had retreated to a safe area, they had lost 3 of their men. In the distance, the leader of the black-clothed men did not seem to see the deaths of his men. His eyes were fixed on the broken ruins in the distance. His eyes were shining with excitement. The Heavenly Kill Alliance had been preparing for thousands of years, and it was finally completed today. He would be the first person to benefit from it. Once he returned with the inheritance of the Heavenly Kill Alliance, his status would rise again. The distorted spatial force started to dissipate. The heavens and earth returned to silence. The monstrous killing intent was still there. It was like a sharp blade was pointed at the center of everyone's eyebrows. The feeling of falling at any moment made everyone's heart tremble. Shangguan Qishiang felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. His expression was extremely tense. Under this murderous aura, he had an illusion that there were assassins hiding around him. All of them released their murderous aura and locked onto him, ready to kill him at any time. The violent energy disappeared. A huge crack that was a few thousand meters long appeared on the ground. The end of the crack was where the ruins were. It was a towering stone sword. The endless killing intent was coming from the stone sword. After the restriction was broken, the stone sword appeared. It was thousands of meters tall. The tip of the sword pierced through the clouds and into the sky, while the hilt was huge and spacious. Vaguely, one could see a round door in the middle of the sword hilt. The ruins had appeared, and the entrance was the round door. The black-clothed men's eyes became even more eager. However, this fervent and excited expression was quickly withdrawn. Shock and anger appeared on the black-clothed man's face, while a raging flame burned within his ice-cold eyes. The other black-clothed men seemed to have sensed something as well. They turned around one after another, their bodies surging with boundless killing intent. Shangguan Qixiang was startled by the changes in the crowd. Then he sensed something, and his face changed as he looked behind him. "Looks like we came at the right time." As a cold voice rang out, several figures appeared on the horizon. It was Ziqin and the others, after killing the Shangguan clan's people. They sped up and arrived here in time. Everyone stopped in front of the men in black. Ziqin was the leader, and the monk was the assistant with the Sword of Light. The others stood behind them. The devil ape and Zhang Haoyin did not appear. "It really is you. Today is the day you die." When Wang Shan saw the man in black, even though he was completely masked, he could still recognize him at a glance. Wang Qiong and Wang Xian, Er's expressions changed as well. Their eyes were filled with hatred. "It's you, ants." Looking at Wang Shan and the others, the anger in the black-clothed man's eyes slowly dissipated. He sneered and said coldly, "It seems like you don't remember the kindness I showed you when I let you go that day. Fine, I'll send you on your way today so that you can reunite with your family." Wang Shan and the others were furious when they heard that. They could not wait to kill the black-clothed man. "Brat, don't brag. You're not a good person either. Your Lord Zeng did not kill you before. It seems like you don't remember my kindness. Fine, I'll send you on your way today so that you can reunite with your family." The monk was full of confidence as he held the Sword of Light. Looking at the monk and Ziqin, the black-clothed man's pupils constricted. There was fear and seriousness in his eyes. They had fought in the Bedlam land and knew how terrifying the two of them were. Moreover, the one called Ziqin was a half-baked heavenly martial artist. "What? You think you can defeat all of us with just a few people?" said the black-clothed man coldly. Then he waved his hand. With a wave of his hand, all the black-robed men behind him hid in the void and disappeared silently. "Since we have enmity and hatred between us, why don't we settle it here?" said Ziqin suddenly. His voice was ice-cold. During this time, no one looked at Shangguan Qixiang, and no one paid attention to him. He was like a stray dog, not qualified to be taken seriously. Even Shangguan Bing, she was expressionless, as if he was a stranger. "You're just a bunch of barbarians. You don't have any resources or strength. You're doomed to die against us," said the black-clothed man, emphasizing the word barbarians. It seemed like he was trying to remind himself that his opponents were just barbarians. A cold smile appeared on Ziqin's face. "That's right. They're just barbarians. However, there will come a day when the word barbarian will cause the entire southern region to tremble. Everyone will be terrified, and barbarians will change their expressions. Make barbarians panic? You think you're worthy?" said the black-clothed man mockingly. Then his silhouette disappeared. More than 10 black-clothed men disappeared and hid themselves in the void. Only Shangguan Qixiang was left in front of them with an ashen face. Assassins usually used sneak attacks to kill people. At that moment, Shangguan Qixiang was surrounded by murderous energies. It seemed like the assassins were already within his attack range. "There's no need to be soft-hearted when dealing with scum," said Ziqin while glancing at Shangguan Bingshi. Then he glanced at Shangguan Qishan and said coldly, "For example, this scum should be killed." Shangguan Bingxi's body started shaking. He didn't say anything else. Zichen walked toward Shangguan Qishan. He didn't pay attention to the assassins. His eyes were ice cold and his body was filled with murderous energies. A barbarian will always be a barbarian. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Die! Shangguan Qishan had no way out. He shouted loudly and rushed towards Zichen. Although he didn't have his Silver Soul Spear, he still had his other Dan weapons. They weren't weak either. At that moment, he attacked with all his strength. His Dan weapon emitted a sharp whistling sound as it slashed towards Zichen. Seeing Shangguan Qishan's attack, Zichen looked at him with disdain. He pointed his finger again. His fingertip started to shine. A terrifying chi emerged. His golden fingertip was like a poisonous snake. It moved towards the Dan weapon at lightning speed. At the same time, a golden energy ripple spread out and rushed towards Shangguan Qishan. Pum! With a dull sound, Shangguan Qishan was blown away. He was still holding his Dan weapon, but the web between his thumb and index finger had been torn. There was blood flowing out. There were still assassins in the dark. Zichen could choose to ignore them, but his friends could not. If any of them died, Zichen would not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, he acted decisively and displayed his ruthless methods. Boom! The sky shook. A golden finger appeared. It carried a destructive chi as it headed toward Shangguan Qishan. It was the same attack that had caused Shangguan Qishan to suffer a great loss last time. Seeing it again today, his expression changed instantly. Huh! He shouted. He activated the energy in his body. His body shone brightly as he held his Dan weapon tightly. He was about to block the attack. Boom! The golden finger suddenly exploded. Boundless golden light engulfed Shangguan Qishan. The latter's shout turned into a blood-curdling scream as he rushed out from the golden light. His armor was already in tatters, and black smoke was rising from several places on his body. The elixir weapon in his hand was cracked, and his spirit was weakened. His eyes were filled with the fear of death. Zichen's finger shone again. As the seal appeared, he pointed out again. Thunderbolt finger. The surface of the golden finger was surrounded by lightning, like golden lightning snakes. It appeared from the void and pointed at Shangguan Qishan again. Pum! The Dan weapon in Shangguan Qishan's hand exploded. At the same time, he was swept away by the golden energy. As a monstrous genius, Shangguan Qishan was stronger than Qiyu. Naturally, he wouldn't die so easily. He rushed out of the golden energy again, but his injuries were more serious. No, don't kill me. I am from the Shangguan clan. I am the future leader of the Shangguan clan. Shangguan Qishan's eyes were filled with fear. Zichen's strength was unbelievable. He couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Under the threat of death, he could only throw away his face and beg for mercy. The future leader of the Shangguan clan. Zichen's lips curled into a cruel smile. The elders of the Shangguan clan must be blind to let you be the leader. Zichen's eyes were filled with killing intent again. No, don't kill me. If you kill me, you will become the enemy of the entire Shangguan clan. Shangguan Qishan shouted. But Zichen's killing intent was even thicker. He quickly looked at Shangguan Bingxi. Bingxi, it's me. I am your brother. Are you going to watch an outsider kill your brother in front of you? Shangguan Bingxi's cold expression slightly trembled. You are indeed a scum. You are so disgusting. Even your Lord Zhang can't stand it. Tyrant suddenly spoke. The light sword in his hand shone with cold light. Then a rainbow-colored sword chi shot out toward Shangguan Qishan. Puff! The sword chi flashed past. A head was separated from the body and flew up high. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. The future leader of the Shangguan clan was beheaded in the ancient battlefield. Because of Tyrant's sudden attack, everyone's perfect defense was instantly disrupted. Swoosh! Suddenly, the void was torn apart as a cold light flashed. A sharp sword chi shot towards the back of the monk. Swoosh! Swoosh! This attack seemed to cause a chain reaction, and the space around everyone started to ripple. Following this, sword chi shot out, bringing with it a sure kill attack as it shot towards everyone. Chapter 538. All the assassins appeared, their bodies surging with killing intent as they unleashed a sure kill attack. The void began to tremble as sharp sure kill sword chi came from all directions, sweeping towards the group. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold light flashed as an even sharper sword chi appeared from the void, streaking across the vast sky, slashing towards one of the black-clothed men. Zhang Haotian, who was hiding in the dark, also seized the opportunity and attacked in an instant, swift and fierce. The group of assassins clearly did not expect that there would be someone hiding in the air. Seeing the sword light coming at them at an extremely fast speed, the cold eyes of one of the assassins had already fluctuated. The killing blow in his hand also paused for a moment. PFFF! The sword chi was very fast, instantly rushing past the assassin. This was a true sure kill attack, swift and decisive. A head flew high into the sky, his eyes still filled with shock and hesitation. Clearly, he did not have the time to decide whether to advance or retreat before he was beheaded. The headless corpse crazily spurted out blood, smashing towards the ground with a bang. The same sure kill attack, the same speed and ferocity. All kinds of energy collided in the next moment. The light of the pale weapon flashed, illuminating the world. Wang Qiong and the others were blocking the attacks of the assassins. Just as Zhang Haotian's attack ended, the other assassins' sure kill attacks also ended, and the world returned to silence. At this moment, two loud sounds came from the ground, and two black-clothed men's corpses fell from the sky. One was beheaded, and the other had a hole in his chest. More than 10 assassins attacked at the same time, and 2 of them were instantly beheaded. As for Wang Qiong and the others, they were unharmed, and there were no fatal wounds on their bodies. Only LV Peng's shoulder was pierced by a sharp blade. Without the formation flag, LV Peng's battle prowess was greatly reduced. Even though he was protected by the others, he was still injured. There were still traces of blood on the Sword of Light. Of the 2 black-clothed men who died, one was killed by the monk and the other by Wang Qiong. As for Ziqin, he was still standing in the front, not suffering any attacks. As for the leader of the black-clothed men, he had yet to appear. He was still hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Whoosh! The space behind Ziqin began to swirl, and the leader of the black-clothed men suddenly appeared behind him. He held a sharp blade in his hand and stabbed it towards Ziqin's back. The merciless killing intent swept out like a huge wave, rolling towards Ziqin from behind. With such momentum, Ziqin should have sensed it and turned to face the enemy in time. However, he remained indifferent and expressionless. His eyes were fixed in front of him, as if he did not notice the change behind him. The sharp edge of the sword had already reached Ziqin's back and was about to pierce into his body. Seeing the scene, everyone was worried for Ziqin. Wang Xian almost screamed out loud. Before the sword arrived, the bone-piercing killing intent had already swept over, blowing towards Ziqin from behind. Under the strong wind of the killing intent, his clothes stuck to his skin. At this moment, Ziqin finally moved. However, he did not turn to face the enemy. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he pointed at the void in front of him. Golden light began to flash between his fingers, and a terrifying aura appeared once again. The attack appeared from behind, but Ziqin's attack was aimed at the front. Such a scene was really strange and puzzling, but in the next moment a strange scene appeared. The sword that reached Ziqin's back was like an illusion, silently dissipating. The void in front of Ziqin was instantly split open, and a sharp and powerful sword chi appeared. This was the assassin's sure kill attack. The previous attack was just an illusion formed by extreme speed, which was also an illusion attack. Facing such an attack, Zichen was already prepared. When the sure kill attack appeared, it met with Zichen's finger. At first glance, it was as if Zichen's finger had been waiting for the arrival of the sword chi. Ding! Zichen's glowing finger pointed at the sword chi, and the powerful finger instantly dispersed the sword chi. At the same time, his finger pointed at the tip of the sword, and a terrifying energy surged towards the tip of the sword. Swoosh! After the attack, the assassin in black retreated rapidly. His body flickered in the air, and then disappeared, hiding again. 2 drops of blood fell from where the assassin was hiding. The first round of attacks was over, and 3 of the assassins in black had died. It was a big loss. But before they could launch the second round of attacks, Zhang Haoqian, who was hiding in the dark, attacked again. Compared to the assassins in black, he was more like a qualified assassin. As the sharp blade flickered with cold light, a pitch-black sword light flickered, and another assassin in black died. At the same time, Wang Qiong and the others suddenly launched attacks towards the void. Bang! Bang! In the midst of the explosions, the energy in the void surged, and then 3 figures fell out. When they fell to the ground, they had already lost their vitality. In the second round of attacks, the assassins in black had lost another 4 people. Moreover, the concealment method that they relied on to kill their enemies seemed to have lost its effect in front of the other party. Their whereabouts could always be sensed 1 step ahead. Swoosh! Swoosh! At the same time, the leading assassin in black also launched 2 sure-kill attacks towards Zichen, but these 2 sure-kill attacks ended in failure. His whereabouts were sensed by Zichen in advance, and a few drops of blood fell from the sky again. After that, there was a short silence in the battle. The bone-chilling, killing intent in the air was still very obvious, but it was all emitted by the stone sword. The killing intent around the group of assassins was completely restrained. They focused on killing in 1 strike. Once they failed, they would hide and wait for an opportunity to strike. For example, they were already at a disadvantage after attacking repeatedly today. After a short silence, the most intense attacks came. The void was constantly being torn apart as streaks of sharp sword chi appeared, carrying a strong killing intent as they charged towards Zichen. This time, the assassins in black and the dark all chose to attack Zichen. For a time, there were still nearly 10 people who launched fatal attacks. Zichen's body flashed with golden light as if he was wearing a layer of golden armor. The blood in his body flowed with a thunderous sound, and his perfect body was completely revealed. An extremely powerful aura surged from his body, and it also carried the pressure of a pure-blooded ancient beast descendant as it swept out in all directions. Clang! An attack landed on Zichen's body, but a sonorous sound erupted. Golden light kept flashing, and the assassin's powerful attack failed to break through his defense. Pow! The moment he was attacked, Zichen punched out. It was simple and direct. He punched his opponent's chest, and in the next moment, the area where the opponent was attacked completely collapsed. Then, the assassin was sent flying into the distance. The powerful perfect body gave Zichen an extremely strong defense. At this moment, he could completely ignore the numerous attacks. Pow! His eyes were cold as he clenched his fists tightly. Facing these attacks, all he could do was to constantly punch these assassins in black. Clanging sounds rang out continuously as the sword chi shattered in front of Zichen, but they were unable to harm him in the slightest. At the same time, every time a clanging sound rang out, there would be a dull thud. At the same time, there was the sound of bones shattering. One by one, the assassins in black were sent flying. They had either had their bones broken by Zichen, their chests pierced, or their bodies exploded. In just a short moment, 5 of the assassins in black had died, and 1 was seriously injured. As for the others, They knew that things were not going well and hid in the void in advance. The heavily injured assassin fell to the ground, his eyes full of shock. But soon his expression froze. Wang Shan had landed another blow on him. After 3 simple waves of attacks, there were no more than 4 assassins left alive, including the leader. At this moment, the assassins who were hiding in the dark were all shocked. It could be said that they were truly frightened. Among them, the leader of the assassins in black was the one who felt it the most. Zi Chen's combat strength had increased a lot compared to when he was in the land of chaos. The aura around him was comparable to that of an ancient beast's descendant. It frightened him and made him feel a great pressure. Boom! The 4th wave of attacks did not arrive, but at the end of the big crack, there was a violent explosion. A monstrous killing intent surged, and then a blood-red figure rushed out of the dark void. It was a blood-red spear, but at this moment it was used as a long staff and smashed into the void. Bang! In the void, there was an explosion, and then a figure in a sorry state appeared. It was the leader of the assassins from before. His eyes were filled with shock, and blood was dripping from his hands that were holding the pill weapon. The demonic ape held the broken spear and appeared from the void. Its red eyes were filled with coldness, and then it smashed down with the spear again. Bang! The powerful force, coupled with the power of the broken spear, instantly sent the leader of the assassins flying. The latter coughed up blood and flew backwards, and then smashed into the big crack in front of him, causing a loud bang. The demonic ape had just sent the leader of the assassins flying, but before it could continue to attack, 3 sharp blades appeared from the void. The last 3 assassins all appeared at this moment, and then attacked the demonic ape fiercely. But with the blood-red broken spear, everything became simple. The demonic ape's figure flashed, and in an instant it turned into more than 10 figures and surrounded the 3 assassins. The latter obviously did not expect this scene, and their faces changed. At this moment, all the demonic apes raised the broken spear in their hands and smashed it down like a long staff. The blood-red light flashed between heaven and earth, and then 3 explosions sounded in the sky. The demonic ape's attack was decisive and ruthless, and the remaining 3 assassins exploded in an instant. At this moment, an even stronger killing intent came from behind the demonic ape. It was the entrance to the relic, and the monstrous killing intent came from there. Then, everyone saw the leader of the assassins figure flash and rushed into the relic. Not good. Quickly chase after him. Everyone's faces changed, obviously not expecting the scene. They all turned into lightning and rushed below the stone sword. Chapter 539. The leading assassin, Luo Sha, let out a heart-wrenching roar that reverberated within the stone sword. At this moment, he felt a sense of despair as if he would rather die. The Heavenly Kill Alliance had prepared for tens of thousands of years to find a way to break the seal. As soon as the relic was opened, the barbarians came. This was a coincidence, a stroke of luck. He could only accept it. In a short period of time, all his subordinates had been killed by the barbarians. He was furious, but the barbarians were strong. For the sake of the Heavenly Kill Alliance's inheritance, he had to accept it. However, a monstrous assassin like him had been injured by a barbarian in the middle stage of the Zephyr realm. Moreover, he had been suppressed since the beginning of the fight. This was a great humiliation. However, for the sake of the inheritance, he had to accept it. He had to accept everything, just to obtain the inheritance here. Therefore, he had sacrificed all his subordinates to fight for a chance of survival. This chance of survival allowed him to enter the stone sword first. Logically, he would be the first to obtain the inheritance. However, looking at the small stone sword in front of him, Luo Sha was in despair. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was in so much pain that he felt like dying. He even had the urge to kill himself immediately. Inside the huge stone sword was an empty hall. In the center of the hall, there was a small stone sword. There were obvious grooves on both sides of the stone sword, which should be where some kind of artifact was placed or where the inheritance was. However, at that moment, the stone sword surroundings were completely empty. There was no inheritance at all. Furthermore, after the stone sword released its last burst of killing intent, it became ordinary and unremarkable, becoming an ordinary item. The Heavenly Kill Alliance had spent tens of thousands of years and generations of geniuses searching for various ways to break the seal before finally opening this place. They did not expect that it would be an empty inheritance. Tens of thousands of years of hard work had gone down the drain. However, this was not the most infuriating thing. What made Luo Sha the most infuriated and pained was the line of ancient words on the stone sword that was only tens of thousands of years old. He recognized it at a glance and read it. Ao Baichuan was here. This line of words seemed to be lamenting, but it was more like a taunt. This was the source of Luo Sha's agitation. Others might not know who Ao Baichuan was, but as an assassin of the Heavenly Kills Union, Luo Sha knew very well, especially the leader who had opened the ruins. This remnant had been discovered by Ao Baichuan and the Heavenly Kill Union's assassins. Both sides had even fought because of it. Who would have thought that Ao Baichuan's strength would be so extraordinary? After that battle, the Heavenly Kill Union's assassins had all died except for one monstrous genius who had escaped with serious injuries. When the monster killer returned, he even mocked Ao Baichuan. So what if he found the ruins? He only had a chance once every 1,000 years. He, Ao Baichuan, had no hope of coming here again. Moreover, Ao Baichuan was a loose cultivator with no power behind him. He was destined to have no fate with the ruins. For the past 10,000 years, the assassins of the Heavenly Kill Union had always wanted to open this place and obtain the lost ancient inheritance of the Heavenly Kill Union. However, they had never expected that this inheritance would have been taken away by the other party 10,000 years ago. Ah! Luo Sha screamed. His voice was shrill, and he could not help but cough up a mouthful of blood. He almost fainted. The monstrous genius senior's joke 10,000 years ago was a little too much. It was a huge blow to Luo Sha. All his hopes were dashed. In the outside world, Zi Chen and the rest did not know what was going on. They thought that the other party was in trouble. After all, there were inexplicable dangers in the remnant. Therefore, they were all on guard and slowly rushed in. Monk maintained his strongest defense and walked in front with the sword of light in his hand. Zi Chen followed closely behind and looked around vigilantly. However, after entering, they did not find any danger. They did not even see Luo Sha's figure. All they saw was a pool of blood. "Be careful," Zi Chen said and signaled everyone to guard the entrance. He then looked around. This place was completely empty. It was clear at a glance. Everyone's gazes finally landed on the small stone sword. However, when they saw the words on it, they were dumbfounded. Those ancient words were not very old. Those who had a little knowledge of ancient words could recognize them. Ao Baichuan was here. Seeing this almost joking handwriting, everyone looked at each other, and their expressions became even more strange. Ao Baichuan, could it be Ren too? Wang Qiong's expression changed. He was a little stunned. He had been to Ao Baichuan's burial ground before. Master, could it really be Master's words? LV Peng and Zhang Haoyan were also shocked. In their memories, they only knew one person called Ao Baichuan, who was the famous human butcher. His strength was unbelievably strong, and he had once stopped a riot in the land of savages by himself. He was almost the first person in the land of savages after the Wuji sect was destroyed. Seeing the words on the stone sword, everyone finally understood why the leader of the killers let out a heart-wrenching cry. Obviously, the inheritance was long gone. It was obtained by Ao Baichuan. While everyone was gloating, they could not help but feel disappointed. This was an ancient inheritance, and it was gone just like that. However, when they thought about it again, if the two Ao Baichuan were the same person, then the inheritance here was indirectly obtained by them. LV Peng obtained Ren Tu's formation inheritance, while Zhang Haotian obtained the assassination path. Since the heavenly kill unions, people were so nervous about this place. Perhaps this inheritance was related to the assassination Dao. An inheritance related to the assassination Dao, coupled with A.O. Baichuan's name. If this was not a coincidence, then this A.O. Baichuan was the famous butcher. It was just that Ren Tu was only flying back then. There's a stone door there. Perhaps the inheritance is inside. Suddenly, the devil ape transmitted. He had been hiding in the dark and did not show himself. Behind the stone sword, there was a stone door that was already open. Let's go and take a look. There was clearly no inheritance here, and there were no traces of the leader of the killers. Since the stone door was open, the leader of the killers should have barged into the stone door. Everyone followed. The order was the same as before. The monk with the strongest defense was in front, followed by Ziqin, and the others followed behind. After passing through the stone door, the group found a stone passageway. On both sides of the passageway, there were several stone doors. Among them, the stone doors closest to the group had already been opened. Moreover, they could vaguely hear the sounds of the stone doors opening in the depths. It must be the leader of the killers. I'll go and kill him. A cold light flashed in Ziqin's eyes as he rushed forward. At the same time, a silver light flashed in his hand, and the silver soul spear appeared. Now that Shangguan Qixiang was dead, the silver soul spear no longer had an owner. Ziqin could take it out and use it without any qualms. As soon as Ziqin left, everyone felt a gust of cold wind blow past them. The devil ape's figure flashed and followed after him. The devil ape had the delusion breaker eye, which could see through all illusions. He could see all traces of the killers. In front of the devil ape, the killers had nowhere to hide. Moreover, with the devil ape going with Ziqin, the chances of the leader of the killers surviving were not high. The monk watched as Ziqin's figure disappeared. Then he looked at the sword of light in his hand and felt upset. After all, he still had to return the sword of light to Shangguan Bingshi, but he didn't have to return the silver soul spear. I was the one who killed Shangguan Qixiang. The monk mumbled until Ziqin's figure disappeared completely. Then he retracted his gaze and swallowed his saliva unwillingly. Beside him, Wang Xian pursed her lips and laughed secretly. Seeing such a greedy monk, Shangguan Bingshi also smiled. Then, under the monk's lead, everyone walked towards the stone doors. Behind every stone door was a stone room. In the past, there seemed to be some items placed in the stone rooms, but now they were empty. They searched 8 stone rooms one by one, but they didn't find anything. Every stone room was very clean, as if they had been carefully cleaned. They couldn't even find a speck of dust. How could this be? Could it be that A.O. Baichuan took all of them? The monk was unwilling to give up and continued searching. After searching the 16th stone room, they still didn't find anything. At this moment, they heard the sound of energy waves coming from the depths of the room. Apparently, Ziqin had caught up with the assassin, and both sides had started fighting. Wang Shan and the rest were shocked and wanted to rush over. After all, he was the enemy who killed their brother. Even if they didn't do anything, they had to watch him die. With Ziqin and the demon ape, this sneaky guy will definitely die. You should stay here, the monk said, trying to persuade Wang Shan. Wang Shan nodded and dismissed the idea of going over. Apparently, Ziqin could easily deal with the leader of the assassins, but it also meant that Wang Shan could easily deal with him. If the latter rushed over, the leader of the assassins might want to drag him down with him. After searching all the stone rooms and finding nothing, the group was completely disappointed. Many of the stone rooms were closed, and the leader of the assassins didn't open them. However, there was nothing inside. Apparently, A.O. Baichuan had taken them away. The battle was still ongoing. The group continued to move forward and found traces of blood on the ground. Apparently, it was left behind by the previous battle. After a while, the battle ended. Zi Chun returned with the silver soul spear, but he didn't look happy. Why, he didn't die. He ran away. Zi Chun was depressed. He ran away. Is there an exit in this place? The group was surprised. There is a transmission array. Elder Mo has confirmed that it leads to the outside world. Zi Chun said unhappily, seeing that the assassin was about to die, who knew that he would be so lucky. He stepped into the array and disappeared. Leads to the outside world. The monk frowned slightly and said, could it be that it leads to the inheritance? Zi Chun shook his head and said impossible. Elder Mo has confirmed that it is the transmission array that leads to the outside world. Then he seemed to have thought of something and said, oh right, Elder Mo also said that if he guessed correctly, the entrance we came from should have been sealed. After that, the group began to return. When they reached the hall, they found that the entrance was indeed sealed. Chapter 540. With a flash of light, Luo Sha appeared in the outside world. After exchanging a few blows with Zi Chun, he was already half dead, losing half of his life. Damn it, damn it! Luo Sha's eyes widened in anger, as if he had gone mad. His concealment methods were nearly useless in front of his opponent. Every time he moved, his opponent would always be able to sense him ahead of time, causing him to lose the initiative. From the start of the battle, he was suppressed until he stepped into the array formation and left half dead. There was already a pool of blood in front of him. His entire body was dispirited and listless. It's over. It's all over now. Apart from his anger, Luo Sha's eyes were also filled with despair. The Heavenly Kill Union's 10,000 years of preparation had been destroyed today. Luo Sha swallowed a treasure pill, and the wounds all over his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. An endless life force nourished his body, and the bloody holes that had been pierced by the spear rapidly healed. Suddenly, Luo Sha's eyes widened as he stared straight ahead. It was hard to tell whether he was angry or excited. In front of them, the several thousand-meter-tall stone sword actually disappeared before their eyes. As for the restriction that they had spent so much effort to break open, it actually reappeared. Luo Sha blinked. After confirming that he wasn't seeing things, his heart burned with endless anger. He cursed, F***CKU, 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 F***CKU. Luo Sha was infuriated. This damned restriction had actually been restored. Clearly, it was trying to trick him again. In his heart, he had already cursed the ancestor who had created the ruins. Mother **her, I won't believe you even if you beat me to death. The furious Luo Sha cursed until his mouth became dry. Then he realized that something was off. The barbarians still hadn't come out, so he quickly left to prevent the barbarians from suddenly appearing and killing him. Damn it, damn it, damn it! 10,000 years of preparation, countless resources spent, all for a joke. Luo Sha cursed as he left. In the hall, Elder Mo's figure flashed and appeared. He had extraordinary attainments in formations and was able to see the problem with a single glance. His gaze was fixed on the stone sword, and his expression changed slightly. How is it, Elder Mo? Are there any more inheritances here? Everyone looked at Elder Mo expectantly. Elder Hiroshi didn't say anything. He just turned his head to look at LV Peng and asked, "Did you see anything?" LV Peng looked at the stone sword again and looked at it carefully. Then he shook his head and said no. Elder Mo sighed softly and said, "It seems that AO by Chuan's attainments and formations back then were much higher than yours. This is the divine restriction, soul-locking technique. Even you didn't see through it, let alone others." Everyone's eyes lit up. Tyrant was the first to speak. Elder Mo, do you mean that there's still an inheritance here? Old Mo's gaze landed on the stone, sword again. Of course, and it's an extraordinary inheritance. Even Ao Baichuan couldn't take it away. As he spoke, Elder Mo smiled and said, otherwise he wouldn't have placed a divine restriction here. Divine forbidden soul lock. LV Peng was taken aback and asked, Elder Mo, you mean that these words were written in using the divine forbidden soul locking technique? You can take a closer look. Elder Mo seemed to have the intention of nurturing LV Peng. LV Peng's eyes widened as he looked at the ancient words. At this moment, with the addition of professional means, LV Peng discovered that the seemingly casual and unrestrained handwriting from before was actually traceable. Moreover, he also felt a faint spiritual energy hidden within. And this spiritual energy was something that even the spirit-devouring rats couldn't detect. It's indeed not an ordinary handwriting. This is the true divine forbidden soul-locking technique. As expected of Master, his attainments in formations back then were much higher than mine. At this moment, they were already certain that Ao Baichuan, who left behind the words, was the famous butcher in the land of barbarians many years later. This place was really strange. Everyone's expression became excited. Then, under Elder Mo's guidance, LV Peng began to break the formation. As the seals appeared, streams of spiritual energy fell on Ao Baichuan's handwriting. According to the method of breaking the divine forbidden soul-locking technique, these restrictions were slowly broken and then all dissipated. As the last word disappeared, the stone sword began to glow. A murderous intent surged from it. It had turned from a stone sword to a sword of light. It had completely changed and was no longer ordinary. However, the glowing stone sword wasn't the true inheritance. It only said that there was still an inheritance here, but to obtain the inheritance, one had to break the restrictions on the stone sword. Even Ao Baichuan couldn't break this restriction back then, let alone the current LV Peng. Therefore, everyone's gaze fell on Elder Mo again. In Elder Mo's eyes, the stone sword had already become restrictions and rules. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Elder Mo, how is it? Everyone looked at Elder Mo nervously. If even Elder Mo couldn't break this restriction, then everyone's outcome would be the same as Ao Baichuan's. Leave a word and leave. TSK Tisk. Elder Mo clicked his tongue in wonder and said with a smile, This is a very ancient formation. Then can it be opened? Monk asked nervously. Although this is a very ancient formation, it's a very simple one. A meaningful smile appeared on Elder Mo's face as he said, It's just a guiding formation. It's very simple, but it's very ancient and unsuitable. It's long lost. Ao Baichuan is only a figure in the past 10,000 years, so it's not surprising that he doesn't know about it. In the end, Elder Mo smiled. If he knew about this guiding formation and obtained the inheritance, then his achievements would definitely be much higher. When everyone heard this, they all became excited. As for Ao Baichuan, no one felt sorry for him. After that, Elder Mo simply waved his hand and made a few seals, and the restriction was broken. Ripples appeared on the glowing stone sword. Then the entire ripple began to distort, forming a vortex. The vortex slowly expanded, and a dark passage appeared in the middle. In the passage, a crazy murderous intent surged. This murderous intent made everyone's expression change. It was as if there was a peerless monster in the depths of the passage. Everyone couldn't help but retreat. Light flashed around their bodies to resist this murderous intent. Everyone retreated. Only Zhang Haoyan didn't have any reaction. Instead, he was bathed in the murderous intent. There was a look of enjoyment on his cold face. Looking at Zhang Haoyan, Monk said with some jealousy, Is this a pervert? He can actually enjoy such a strong murderous intent. No wonder he's so cold all day long. It turns out that there's a problem with his sexual orientation. Obviously, even a fool could see that this was Zhang Haoyan's opportunity. Butcher obtained the first half of the inheritance from here, and then passed it on to Zhang Haoyan. Now he came here with the inheritance. Obviously, he was going to collect the second half. Ziqin looked forward and said, "He's not good with words. He's always been cold, decisive, and ruthless. This path suits him very well. However, after obtaining this inheritance that's almost born to kill, I wonder what he'll become." As he said that, Ziqin glanced at Shangguan Bingshi. He noticed that there was a slight change in his expression. The first time Ziqin met Shangguan Bingshi, the latter said that he wasn't handsome, cold, or cool. Obviously, he had a good impression of cold people. Zhang Haoyan was both handsome and cold. He was a good match for Shangguan Bingshi. Furthermore, Shangguan Bingshi had been in a bad mood recently. Everyone's persuasion was useless. Only the cold Zhang Haoyan's cool words could make Shangguan Bingshi feel better. The murderous intent in the hall grew stronger and stronger. Even with the light shield, everyone couldn't bear it. Shangguan Bingshi and Wang Xian, Er's faces turned pale. As the whirlpool expanded, the passageway also expanded until it was big enough for one person to pass through. Then, a suction force came from the passageway. This suction force landed on Zhang Haoyan's body and slowly pulled him closer to the passageway. At this moment, Zhang Haoyan turned around. He was bathed in a torrential, murderous intent. Combined with his cold expression, he looked like a killing god. Luckily, the killing god's expression changed in the next moment. He suddenly opened his mouth, his face full of gratitude. Thank you, everyone." He looked at his friends and paused for a moment on Shangguan Bingshi's face. Then he disappeared. The passage disappeared as well. The shining stone sword's luster dimmed and returned to normal. If it wasn't for the murderous intent in the hall, everyone would have thought that it was just an illusion. The inheritance of killing, even the Heavenly Assassins Alliance, would be jealous of it. When Zhang Haoyan comes out, I wonder how much stronger he will be. LV Peng's eyes were filled with anticipation. Everyone nodded. After that, it was time to consider whether to leave or stay. Obviously, the inheritance wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. It might take months or even years. Let's wait here first. After all, we already have half of the inheritance. Perhaps the other half will be completed soon. Ziqin finally said, "Boom!" But at this moment, the entire hall started to shake. Then, a terrifying murderous intent swept across like a storm, engulfing everyone. When the murderous intent storm dissipated, everyone found that they were already in the outside world. There was an empty area around them, and they couldn't see the towering stone sword anymore. It was sent out directly. It seems that the inheritance will take a long time. Ziqin looked around and said, "Leave a mark here. We will continue to go deeper." Zhang Haoyan became the first beneficiary. The rest of the people continued to go deeper. Next, the spirit-devouring rats became the unfortunate ones. They were held by the monk and had to find the Buddhist inheritance. "Monk, if you find the Buddhist inheritance, why don't you share the 6-syllable mantra?" Ziqin suggested. Amitabha. The monk chanted the name of Buddha and put on a compassionate look. Then he chose to remain silent. Every time this problem was brought up, the monk ignored Ziqin. A few days later, everyone arrived at another area. At this moment, the spirit-devouring rats cried out excitedly, "Found it! Found it!" Chapter 541. This was a special area. Thick black smoke floated in the sky. This black smoke blocked the sky and blocked the sun. Even in broad daylight, one would not be able to see a single ray of sunlight. In such a special region, even if the spirit-devouring rats did not scream, everyone could feel that something was wrong. The old man once said that the region where the sky-splitting battle ape disappeared was covered by black clouds, and no sunlight could be seen at all. Moreover, that region had a very powerful aura. This aura had a strong deterrent effect on ancient beasts. Ordinary ancient beasts did not dare to come close. Even the king-level ancient beasts were unwilling to come here. Seeing the black smoke or black clouds above their heads, everyone's expression changed slightly. Zi Chen, Tyrant, Wang Qiong, Zhang Haoqian, and LV Peng's expressions changed greatly. This was because the black substance above their heads was not black smoke or black clouds, but a kind of energy. This energy was very similar to the energy of the foreign race that died in the Saint Burial Ground. This was similar to the foreign race's energy. Although everyone was not as sensitive as the ancient beasts, they still felt uncomfortable. As soon as they arrived at this region, the devil ape that was hiding in the dark appeared. It raised its head and looked at the black energy above its head. Its expression suddenly became very excited, and a trace of ecstasy and greed appeared on its face. In the next moment, it opened its mouth and sucked towards the sky. As the devil ape sucked, the black energy in the sky began to surge. It was like boiling water, and then it fell down, forming a black water column. It fell from the sky and was sucked into the devil ape's stomach. At this moment, the devil ape was like a bottomless pit. It began to crazily devour the black energy. Moreover, its face was full of enjoyment. Heavens, what kind of monster is this? It can even absorb this kind of black smoke. Seeing the devil ape's appearance, the spirit devouring rats' small eyes widened to the limit. They were extremely shocked. In their eyes, this black smoke or black cloud seemed to be formed naturally and could not be refined. However, the devil ape's face was full of enjoyment. This made everyone extremely shocked. Only Zi Qin was relieved. This was because he had seen the devil ape's method in the Saint Burial Ground. Moreover, to the devil ape, this was the purest energy. It was even purer than Dan essence. Not bad, this is the purest energy. It wasn't until the thick black energy above its head was reduced to a thin layer that the demonic ape stopped absorbing and burped. The demonic ape retracted its intoxicated expression and flew downwards. It said solemnly, "Let's go. I can sense a bloodline call here. There should be someone of my kind here." The devil ape's kin was naturally the sky-splitting battle ape. Furthermore, it had disappeared for a very long time. This kind of bloodline call should be some kind of inheritance. Everyone became excited when they heard this. It should be known that the devil ape that had not undergone any baptism or received any inheritance was already terrifyingly strong. If it were to receive a true inheritance and undergo another transformation, the devil ape's battle prowess would increase by several times. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Didn't the heaven-splitting battle ape once cause this world to tremble? There should be quite a few good things left behind. Maybe there are 1 or 2 bones and 1 or 2 supreme treasures among them, Monk said. It was as if he had already seen the supreme treasures and became very excited. Of course, everyone knew why he was so excited. It was because the old man had said that the place where the old monk often chanted scriptures was not far from the place where the heaven-splitting battle ape had disappeared. The 2 places could be said to be closely connected. The appearance of the heaven-splitting demonic ape's inheritance meant that the Buddhist inheritance should not be far away. Everyone was a team. The stronger they were, the better. Once they went out, they might encounter all kinds of enemies. Therefore, if one more person could improve their strength, they would have a better chance of survival. Up until now, they had already offended 2.5 of the 5 overlords. No one could imagine what would happen after they went out. Moreover, Zi Chen was not sure if they could get out alive this time. If his friends could improve their strength, they would have more strength to protect themselves in the Bedlam lands. It was very good. Of course, if Zi Chen could get out alive, everything would be different. After all, with the old man who could kill a king-level ancient beast with a single strike as their backer, even if they were hunted down, they wouldn't be in a difficult situation. As they went deeper, more and more black energy appeared in the sky. It was like layers of dense black clouds. because the black energy was so dense, it caused black energy to drift between heaven and earth from time to time. Everyone tried to refine the black energy, but all of them failed. Even Zi-Chin couldn't refine it successfully. Only the devil ape could devour 1 or 2 strands of black energy from time to time. Under the call of its bloodline, the devil ape led the group straight to their destination. It didn't take any detours. After 1,000 miles, the devil ape's figure suddenly flashed and hid in the void. It then continued to lead the group forward. After reaching this area, the devil ape was like a fish in water. Its range of perception had become much sharper. After another 100 miles, they arrived at their destination. The source of the black energy was in front of them. The entire area was covered by the black energy. Everything originated from here. In front of them, black energy filled the sky, covering the sky and the sun. It directly enveloped a region. From afar, it looked like an ancient black castle that sat there. A castle? There's actually a castle here, someone exclaimed as they approached. That was because the black energy in front of them had actually formed a black castle. It looked like a solid body. The pitch-black stairs were also clearly visible. Everyone gradually slowed down. The black energy had formed a castle. It was obviously very eye-catching. Ancient beasts didn't dare to approach this place, but that didn't mean that humans wouldn't. Reality proved that the abnormality here had already alarmed humans. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. Outside the towering ancient castle, there were already many black dots flashing, and every black dot was a figure. They were all humans. The arrival of Zi-Chen's group naturally attracted everyone's attention. Almost everyone's gazes turned toward them. Among them, Zi-Chen actually found some familiar faces. For example, Chunliang and Zhou Sun. The people from the 2 overlords were actually here. Moreover, other than these 2, there were also 2 other forces. Among the 5 overlords, the last 2 were the Wei and Wu families. Apart from the Shangguan clan, who had been completely annihilated, the rest of the 5 overlords were all present. When they saw Zi-Chen and the others, they all frowned. However, when they saw Shangguan Bingshi in the crowd, their faces lit up with joy. Immediately after, 2 figures flew towards them. "Bingshi, it's really you." One of the voices said in surprise, "Wei Zhang, Wu Bo, it's you guys." Shangguan Bingshi looked at them. The 2 of them were the leaders of the overlords. They were considered the strongest among them. Now that they had arrived, they greeted Shangguan Bingshi warmly. "Are these your friends? Why don't you introduce them to us?" Wei Zhang's gaze inadvertently landed on Zi-Chen and the others as he casually said. Shangguan Bingshi wasn't used to the enthusiasm of the 2. He was slightly startled and prepared to introduce them. "There's no need for introductions. We're all barbarians. We're not worthy." Just then, a cold snort was heard. It came from Wang Shan. Zi-Chen didn't say anything. Beside him, LV Peng also said indifferently, "That's right, we're all barbarians from the land of barbarians." Along the way, the people of the Bedlam lands didn't give them any face. Calling them barbarians was already a sign of respect. Those who didn't respect them were called barbarian dogs. Now that the 2 leaders were acting so friendly, they naturally had ulterior motives. Moreover, they had been whispering to each other while looking at them. At the same time, when they looked at the other groups of people in the distance, they became extremely wary. "Haha, barbarians, as expected, have character. I, Wu Bo, like you guys, I'm going to make friends with you." Wu Bo, who was wearing a blue robe and had a slightly thin body, let out a hearty laugh. "I heard that the barbarians of this generation are very strong and have outstanding talent. Today, I can see that each of you has outstanding talent. You are indeed extraordinary." Wu Bo wasn't stingy with his praise. Just when Wang Shan and the others were feeling disgusted by his hypocrisy, Wu Bo mysteriously said, "We're all from the Bedlam lands. Since we're here, we should put aside our differences and work together. Do you see those people not far away? They're from the demon race of the wasteland. They're very strong. Everyone's gaze turned to the side of the ancient castle. There were dozens of figures there, all of them in human form. However, they weren't real humans. Some had 2 horns on their heads, some had scales all over their bodies, some had a pair of blood-red eyes, some had a pair of sharp claws, and even more strangely, some had a long tail. The wasteland was another hell in the southern lands. Similar to the Bedlam lands, the inhabitants of the wasteland were all from the demon race. The demon race weren't demonic beasts. They could all transform into human form. They had the appearance and intelligence of humans, the powerful physique of demonic beasts, and even the innate abilities of ancient beasts. They were a powerful race. Seeing Zichun and the others looking at them, a smile appeared on the faces of the demon race. However, it wasn't a friendly smile, but a sinister one. The killing intent in their eyes was even more obvious. The demon race is very strong. We're no match for them. Only by putting aside our differences and working together can we suppress them. Wu Bo said in a low voice. As if he knew that Zichun was the leader of the group, he kept looking at Zichun. Seeing Zichun's indifference, Wu Bo continued, "This ancient castle didn't exist before. It only appeared recently. Moreover, it's still in an unstable state. Everyone is restraining themselves. Once the ancient castle takes shape and the gate opens, a battle of slaughter will officially begin." Just as Wu Bo said, the ancient castle in front of them wasn't stable. From time to time, there would be energy fluctuations. Boom! Suddenly, the entire ancient castle began to tremble. A loud, clanging sound rang out, causing the ground to tremble. It seemed that the ancient castle had finally manifested. A simple and unadorned aura was emitted from the ancient castle gate. Chapter 542. A vast and ancient energy surged out from the ancient castle. Then a creaking sound was heard as the door of the ancient castle opened. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the door with different expressions on their faces. The black door of the ancient castle was tall and thick, and there was a black energy surging in it. Although the door was not open, it seemed that it was not far from opening. Creaking sounds could be heard. The ancient castle is about to take shape. Wu Bo's face changed slightly. Then he felt a chill in the air. The group of demonic beasts had turned their gazes towards them. Their cold eyes were filled with hostility. Not far away, Chun Liang and Zhou Sun's expressions changed abruptly when they felt the chill. Although they outnumbered the demonic beasts, they had no chance of winning. "We don't have much time left. If we don't join forces, we will be defeated by them one by one." Wu Bo turned his head and looked at Zichun anxiously. Zichun thought for a while and nodded. "All right, let's join forces and kill our way into the ancient castle." "Good. That's great. I, Wu Bo, will definitely make friends with you. How should I address you?" Wu Bo laughed heartily. "Zichun," Zichun said calmly. "Good, Zichun. This time, we will definitely reap great rewards if we join forces. I will call them over. Let's get to know each other. As the saying goes, no discord, no friendship. We will all be friends in the future," Wu Bo said with a smile. Under Wu Bo's signal, Chun Liang and Zhou Sun came over. When the two arrived, their attitudes were extremely good. They displayed the lowest attitude and apologized to everyone. Then, they started to talk about the past with Shangguan Bing. However, they did not mention Shangguan Qixiang. "It's all in the past. There is no need to mention it again." Zichen's expression softened. There was no enmity between them. Now that they had talked about it, it was no big deal. Then, everyone started to discuss how to enter the ancient castle. They are not good people. They are smiling so sinisterly. Do you really believe them? Wang Shan suddenly sent a voice transmission. "There is nothing to believe. We are just using each other." Zichen's voice rang out in everyone's consciousness. "When we make our move, all you need to do is defend yourselves. Be careful of the assassins hiding in the dark. What? There are assassins in the dark? That's right, and there are quite a few of them. Apart from that, there are also other forces. You have to be careful. On the surface, there were only about 100 people here, and they were divided between the Bedlam lands and the wasteland. But in the dark, the number of powerhouses was not small. This was also the reason why the devil ape had been hiding. They quickly finished their discussion and reached a consensus. If the other party didn't make a move, then all of them would enter the castle. If the demons suddenly attacked, then Zi-Chen and the other freaks would hold off the strongest of the demons, while the rest would think of a way to enter. This was an unfair agreement. Although the overlords had sent many people into the castle, they were not very strong. During this time, the ancient castle shook several times, and the sound of cracking could be heard continuously. Furthermore, the entire entrance to the castle was filled with black energy, making it impossible to see whether the entrance was open or closed. The devil ape told Zi-Chen that the entrance was about to open. He could feel that the bloodline calling was getting stronger. Zi-Chen swore in his heart that he would definitely send the devil ape into the castle and obtain the heaven-splitting demonic ape's inheritance. At this moment, a group of demons moved. Their faces were unfriendly, and they were closing in on them. The expressions of the people from the various factions became extremely nervous. After Wu Bo glanced at Zi-Chen, he mustered up his courage and asked, "Demon race of the great, desolate lands, what are you planning to do?" As if they were looking down on the humans here, only 5 or 6 of them came. The rest were watching the show from afar. The leader was a demon with a pair of blood-red eyes. A red light flashed in his eyes, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. He shouted, "Ants, the things here are beyond your tolerance. Get out of here, otherwise die." When the demon geniuses heard this, their faces turned ugly. They were from the overlord forces, and they were the absolute overlords of the Bedlam land. A light cough from them could shake the entire Bedlam land. When had they ever been scolded? Not only did their faces turn ugly, but the other geniuses from their families were also enraged. Their eyes were sharp and they were spitting fire. However, in the end, they were afraid of the strength of the demon geniuses and did not take any drastic actions. "Demon, watch your tone," Wu Bo said in a gloomy voice. He was still in control of his emotions. "Ants, how dare you make a fuss in front of us? I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get out of here. Otherwise die." The red-eyed demon's eyes were filled with coldness as he spoke. "Demon, do you know what you're saying? If you attack us, you'll become the enemy of the entire Bedlam land. Are you trying to start a war between the 2 regions?" Wu Bo's voice turned cold. "Idiotic ants, you have 2 breaths of time." The red-eyed demon sneered. "This is the ancient battlefield. Everyone should be equal. What right do you have to chase us away? Your actions are immoral. I strongly condemn you." Wu Bo began to condemn the red-eyed demon. At the side, Zi-Chen's face flashed with a faint smile. Although it was Wu Bo who had been speaking, he was also representing the other monstrous geniuses. As the overlords of the Bedlam land, they actually dared to speak of immorality and condemnation. One had to admit that it was a very puzzling and hilarious thing. Wang Shan's eyes were filled with disdain. These overlords could only be a little stronger in front of their own families. When they encountered the demon geniuses, they were all defeated. 2 breaths. The red-eyed demon's mouth flashed with a sinister smile. In the face of the powerful demon geniuses, the leaders of the other overlords were ashamed and angry. However, they did not dare to take any drastic actions. They looked at Zi-Chen repeatedly, hoping that he would make a decision. 2 breaths, my ass. If you have the ability, then hurry up and attack. A bunch of half-human, half-demon idiots. You even F*King learn to count to 3 breaths. Do you F*King know how long 3 breaths is? Wang Shan curled his lips in disdain when he saw the cowardly demon geniuses flying in the air. Then he scolded the red-eyed demon. Wang Shan's scolding was somewhat unexpected. The demon geniuses were stunned and did not react in time. Barbarian, watch your manners. How can you be so rude? Before the demon geniuses could react, the leaders of the four overlords had already reacted. Their expressions changed drastically, and they began to criticize Wang Shan. Ants, you're courting death. The rebuke from the four overlords caused the demons to come to their senses. Murderous intent surged from their bodies. Idiot, don't King Blabber. If you have the ability, then attack. Wang Shan was not afraid at all. The leaders of the four overlords were even more livid. Then they looked at Zichen. Their gazes seemed to be condemning Zichen for not restraining his subordinates. As expected, Zichen turned his head and looked at Wang Shan. I've told you many times not to scold others. You just don't listen. Hearing this, the people of the four overlords calmed down. However, the demon geniuses were even more overbearing. He shouted directly, Do you think it's over after you criticize your subordinates? This is not over. 3 breaths' time has passed. All of you ants will die. Zichen's expression did not change. He continued to speak to Wang Shan with a raised voice. Did you hear that? They are not done with us. This is the reason why you scolded them. How many times have I told you that scolding others will not solve the problem? These are all idiots. How can they understand your words? If you want to solve the problem, you have to kill them directly. Zichen's words sounded reasonable at first. However, the more he spoke, the more wrong it became. When he spoke the last sentence, it was even more shocking. Zichen, you? Wu Bo and the others looked at Zichen in disbelief. Zichen glanced at them and said, To deal with this bunch of idiots, scolding others is useless. The most direct way is to kill them. Kill them? You're just ants. How dare you? Go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold, murderous intent appeared. The red-eyed demon turned into a ray of light and rushed toward Zichen. Idiot! A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. Then he stretched out his right hand and waved it forward lightly. A faint golden light flashed. Zichen did not use any energy at all in this attack. The red-eyed demon let out a wail of anguish, and his body was instantly sent flying backwards. When he stabilized his body in the air, there was a clear handprint on his face. You? Feeling the burning pain on his cheek, the red-eyed demon was shocked and angry. The other party's attack was so fast that he did not even have time to react. Where did this bunch of idiots come from? Get out of here. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. The monk turned into a ray of lightning and rushed toward the other demons with 2 sword fangs. Ma. The monk's attack was even more direct. He opened his mouth, and a strange wave spread in all directions, shaking people's hearts. Just as the demons were distracted, the sword fangs slashed their bodies. Then, sounds of explosions could be heard in the sky. The few demons were all sent flying by the monk. The monk used a lot of strength, and some of the demons were already coughing out blood. The few demons were defeated in an instant. Their wails were still echoing in the sky. Such a scene naturally stunned the surrounding crowd. They knew that Zichen was strong. It was within their expectations that he could defeat the red-eyed demon. However, they did not expect a bald monk to be so strong. Moreover, the monk seemed to be using the strongest mystic skill of the Buddha sect, the 6 syllables mantra. The Ma word mantra formed a strange wave that vibrated in the void and spread out in all directions. This wave of fluctuation, ordinary people could no longer sense it, nor did it have any great power. However, it still spread through the void, all the way until it reached another mysterious region. This was an area that was hidden in the void. This time, it did not appear when the passageway to the ancient lands opened. At this moment the Ma word mantra spread out, a small wave appeared in this mysterious area. Amitabha. In this wave, there seemed to be a Buddhist chant, P.S. He, strongly condemning the other party. This sentence sounded familiar and nice. Chapter 543. The two of them struck out and repelled the demonic beasts. Cries of agony were still reverberating in the air as blood splattered everywhere. The two of them had displayed their brute force to the demonic beasts. The surroundings suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the two of them. The monk enjoyed being the center of attention. He then turned his head proudly to Wangshan and said, "Did you see that? To deal with such idiots, we should be direct, violent, and bloody." Everyone was stunned. This was indeed violent and bloody. Compared to the demonic beast's threat of 3 breaths, this was much more direct. Apart from the leaders of the 4 overlords, whose faces were extremely ugly, the other Imperial airmen's eyes were shining with excitement. Just 2 simple moves had brought out the might of the Bedlam lands, causing the blood in their bodies to circulate faster. Nonsense. This is simply nonsense. Doesn't this mean that we're going to fall out with the demonic beasts? Only seeking temporary gratification without considering the consequences, as expected of a barbarian. This is simply reckless and rude to the extreme. The 4 of them were livid. They were sending voice transmissions to condemn Ziqin. They had to admit that the strength displayed by Ziqin and the monk had shocked them. Zhou Sun was glad that he had been scared away by the other party. Otherwise, he would have been slaughtered. The other party wasn't even afraid of the demonic beasts, let alone them. Furthermore, they were in the ancient battlefield. Even if they were killed, no one would know. Ziqin's gaze swept across the few demonic beasts as he said coldly, "This is just a lesson. If you guys don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you without mercy." His direct words, cold gaze, and bone-piercing killing intent ignited the blood of the Yukong geniuses, causing their blood to boil. However, the 4 leaders who were looking at the big picture frowned even more. At the same time, they were sending voice transmissions to condemn Ziqin's actions. Kill without mercy? I wonder how a mere ant like you can be killed without mercy. Following the crisp sound of clapping, a young demon with a long horn on his head and a long tail walked over. This was a handsome demon race member with a pair of horns on his head. It could be said that his horns were truly outstanding. Not only did they not feel weird, they even gave off a sense of perfection. Furthermore, that long tail of his that was covered in scales shone with a cold light, giving off a sense of pure strength. Following the arrival of the 2-horned young man, the group of demons behind him all followed. Their eyes emitted a cold light, and their faces were unfriendly. "Ants, why aren't you kneeling in front of Lord Long?" The group of Yao race members stepped forward. One of them, a Yao race member with sharp claws, shouted at Ziqin and the others. "Lord Long, could it be a draconian?" When the monstrous geniuses from the 4 overlord forces heard this, their expressions changed instantly. They looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. Dragons were creatures that were feared and respected by all. In the vast wilderness, the true overlord force was the dragon man lineage. It was said that this lineage inherited the bloodline of the primordial divine dragon and were the true descendants of the dragon. Although they were all hegemonic forces, the difference between the 5 hegemonic forces of the Fringe and the Dragonborn was like the difference between the major forces of the Fringe and the hegemonic forces of the Fringe. It was comparable to heaven and earth. So it's the Dragon Man lineage. Sorry for the disrespect. We are the Zhou, Wei, Qin, and Wu forces of Chaos City. We greet young Master Long. The 4 of them looked at each other and finally considered the bigger picture. They spoke one after another, and then smiled apologetically. The dragonman's gaze did not sweep over the 4 of them. Instead, it looked at Ziqin. The latter was also sizing him up. The 2 of them looked at each other, and instantly sparks of ridicule flew. "Bastards, I asked you to come and kowtow. You're F** king, standing there. Are you seeking death?" shouted another Yao race member. He was extremely tall and had hair all over his body. If one were to throw away his rough face, he would look like a big bear. The four of them smiled apologetically, and their hearts were filled with anger. As for the group of geniuses behind them, they were even more furious. You, and you, for ants, hurry up and kneel in front of Lord Long. The big bear pointed at the four leaders with his thick, hairy finger. Being asked to kneel in front of so many people, the four of them became even more ashamed and resentful. But at this moment, no one helped them out. Wang Shan had a mocking look on his face. Monk also put away his sword teeth, and Zi Qin looked straight at the Dragon Man. Damn it! Why are you still not coming over? Do you want to be enemies with the Yao race? The big bear shouted again. Looking at Zi Qin, a playful smile appeared in the dragonman's eyes. Then he saw that the big bear was stunned, and then said, Oh, you're lucky. Come and pay your respects to Lord Long. You don't have to kneel. Then the big bear's voice turned cold. Those two humans dared to be so rude. Are they with you? Sowing dissension. The disdain at the corner of Zi Chen's mouth became thicker. A mere Yao race member actually wanted to play a human's trick. What an idiot. Even a fool could see that this was a trick. The purpose was to isolate Zi Qin and the others. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the four major forces to be fooled by such a simple and even stupid trick. But who knew that after the four of them looked at each other, they all saw the big picture in each other's eyes. And this big picture was that peace would bring wealth. No, they're from the land of savages. They're just a group of savages who borrowed the passage of our land of chaos. Wu Bo said, and then solemnly emphasized, We're not with them. We're only familiar with one of them. We don't know the others. Zhou Sun said. Then the four of them decisively abandoned Zi Qin and the others, and went forward to greet the Dragon Man, lowering their posture. Not far away, the geniuses who saw this scene were all dumbfounded. What was going on? The actions of the four leaders puzzled them. Why did they abandon Zi Qin, a powerful ally, and instead curry favor with the hostile Yao race? But after comparing the number of people present, they understood. Zi Chen's group was only a few people, but the Yao race had a lot of people. Moreover, the Dragonman's strength was unfathomable. Even if the barbarians were all monstrous geniuses, they might not necessarily be a match for the monster race. Moreover, how could the barbarians all be monstrous geniuses? One had to know that the reason why monstrous geniuses were monstrous geniuses was because they were extremely rare. This choice was very wise, very profound, and very far-sighted. They decisively protected themselves and even amicably entered the ancient castle. After seeing this, many of the geniuses admired the decisiveness of the leaders. Only a few hot-blooded warriors felt that this was very spineless and disloyal. The Dragon Man did not even look at the four people who had a humble attitude. He only looked at the isolated Zi Qin provocatively. Hey, you guys too. Are you also with this human who offended Master Long? De Xiong asked coldly again. This time, it was directed at Wang Shan and the others. The strategy of sowing discord used by idiots can only fool idiots. The corner of Wang Shan's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Then he began to scold. Listen up, your young master's name is Wang Shan. I'm brothers with the humans who beat you up, who are neither human nor demon. Brothers, do you understand? F***CK. Such a profound and profound word. Even if I explain it to you demons and idiots, you won't understand. After experiencing Wang Shan's cursing once again, the faces of the Yao race turned even uglier. But for the sake of the continuation of the plan, they could only suppress their anger. De Xiong said coldly, So you're saying that you're going to continue to oppose Master Long? Master Long, are you referring to the Jiaolong? Zi Qin said indifferently with a mocking look on his face. But as soon as these words came out, the faces of the Yao race changed. Especially Master Long. His face turned cold instantly. One had to know that he was the descendant of the dragon, and the descendant of the divine dragon. What he hated the most was people calling him the descendant of the Jiaolong. This was the reverse scale of his clan. Ignorant ants, how dare you blaspheme the descendant of the dragon? Kill them all. Then extract their souls and bring them to the dragon tomb to repent. That one sentence made the dragon, who was good at using human schemes, vomit blood in anger. His perfect face became twisted and ferocious. He immediately gave the order to kill. When the Yao race heard this, they all emitted killing intent and rushed towards Ziqin and the others. At the same time, the leaders of the 4 overlord forces signaled their subordinates to retreat and not participate in the battle. The geniuses were slightly stunned. They could only obey the order and retreat decisively. This alliance that was formed less than an hour ago was disbanded by this idiotic strategy of sowing discord. Boom! The Yao race attacked. Vast amounts of energy surged in the sky. A crazy killing intent swept across everyone. Monk, protect everyone. All of you, retreat quickly. Ziqin's eyes narrowed. Killing intent appeared in his eyes. After sending the message, he turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the Yao race. What is he doing? Seeing Ziqin rushing forward alone, the others began to retreat. Everyone looked at Ziqin in confusion. Could it be that he wants to fight the Yao race alone? Everyone had a bold and crazy guess. Ziqin turned into a ray of golden light and rushed towards the Yao race. This guess was confirmed. Bang! Ziqin's body that was emitting golden light was hit by a Yao race expert with sharp claws. Seeing that the attack hit, the opponent had a ferocious smile on his face. Those sharp claws were like sharp blades. They were about to pierce Ziqin's heart. Clang! But then there was a clang. He felt that his attack had hit a divine mountain. There was a burst of sparks. At the same time, a rebound force surged towards his claws. Crack! Those sharp claws were actually broken by the rebound force. At the same time, there was a flash of golden light in front of his eyes. It was Ziqin who had punched. The domineering and powerful punch hit the Yao race expert's body. There was a loud boom. Boom! The explosion spread across the sky and shook the world. Under the dazzling golden light, the Yao race expert was blown up by Ziqin's punch. Chapter 544. Killing a Yukong with a single punch, such battle prowess shocked everyone, especially those from the Bedlam lands. Each and every one of them was dumbfounded, their hearts filled with shock. But the battle had only just begun. After killing a demon with one punch, Ziqin's body flashed with an even more dazzling golden light. His cold eyes fell on the second demon. Being stared at by Ziqin's cold eyes, the man felt a chill in his heart. This chill made him feel fear and panic, and he even had the thought of retreating. But as a demon, how could he retreat when facing a human? So he clenched his teeth and cheered himself up. He secretly increased the strength of his attack by 30%. Clang! The same clanging sound and the same sparks. The demon secretly rejoiced that his attack did not break through the target's defense. Then the same golden fist radiance shone in front of the demon. The golden light was dazzling and bright. Boom! Heaven and earth shook again. The second demon was blown up in midair. More blood rained down from the sky. Clang! 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 After that, many attacks landed on Ziqin's body. After a series of clanging sounds, Ziqin's body began to emit sparks. This was the sound of all the attacks being blocked by the golden light, and there was no sound of his defense breaking. But in a short moment, many energy attacks fell on Ziqin's body. Even with his extreme speed, he had to endure dozens of attacks in an instant. Crack! Ziqin's protective light shield was shattered under the powerful attacks. But before the demons could cheer, Ziqin had already rushed out of the attacks. There were no other injuries on his body except for a few scratches on his clothes. After withstanding dozens of attacks, he was actually unscathed. Such a strong defense shocked the demons. Before they could launch a second wave of attacks, Zichen had already flashed forward. Boom! As the golden fist radiance flashed, another explosion sounded. The third demon did not even have time to scream before he was blown up by Zichen's punch. Just like that, Zichen charged into the crowd of demons with his bare hands. Then he repeatedly threw out punches. Every punch he threw was domineering, and every strike was powerful. The golden light kept flashing, illuminating the whole world. The sound of energy explosions echoed between heaven and earth. The blood rain between heaven and earth became thicker and thicker. In the end, it became a downpour. Zichen showed his extremely violent and bloody side. No one was left alive under his attack. No one was left whole after his punch. The deaths of their companions by their sides caused them to tremble with fear, and the arrogance and haughtiness they had before had completely vanished. Damn it! Stop it! Stop it! Dexiong was tall, and his face was almost distorted. He turned into a stream of light, and his figure kept flashing. He chased after Zichen, wanting to fight with him. However, Zichen had extreme speed. He didn't want to fight with him at all. Bright golden light flashed. Under his extreme speed, he looked for the weak ones. At this moment, dozens of demons were suppressed by a human. They kept retreating and had no time to attack Wang Qiong and the others. Bang! Golden light flashed between heaven and earth. Another demon was killed in the air. Blood rain fell. Today, Zichen showed the perfect violence to the demons in the wasteland. The scarlet rain of blood fell on their bodies, becoming wet and sticky. However, at this moment, no one used their energy to block the blood rain. Pairs of eyes widened to their limits as they stared in shock at the scene, at the figure that was comparable to a demon king. He's so strong. The leaders of the 4 major forces were completely dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, and they couldn't even speak properly. The other party had actually blocked the attacks of so many demon clan members on his own. Furthermore, he had even suppressed them and forced them to retreat. Moreover, the other party didn't have any injuries on his body. Is he really a barbarian? Is he really a human? They couldn't believe it. They were dumbfounded and shocked. They secretly looked at the Dragon Man from the corner of their eyes. The Dragon Man was incomparably arrogant before, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. But now, looking at the battlefield, his expression became gloomy. Zichen's domineering attitude caused the 4 leaders to doubt themselves for the first time. If they had known that Zichen was so domineering, they would have made a different choice. Human, don't run. Fight with me. Dexiong still couldn't catch up to Zichen. He kept roaring, seeing the demons die one after another. His emotions fluctuated violently. He became even more flustered and exasperated. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As the cold voice sounded, Zichen suddenly turned his head, then turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the other party. Go to hell! Dexiong roared. There was madness in his eyes. The aura around him became even more violent in the next moment. He directly used his special ability. A violent aura surrounded his body. A terrifying energy rushed to his right hand. Then, Dexiong clenched his fist and punched wildly at Zichen. The punch caused an ear-piercing sound. He didn't think that his punch, after using his special ability, would be weaker than a human's. Boom! Golden light flashed. Dexiong's punch met Zichen's golden fist. The collision of energy caused a huge tremor. Dexiong, who used his special ability, was indeed strong. He didn't explode from the punch, but he was still injured. He coughed up blood. Dexiong's eyes were full of shock. Dexiong's attack was so powerful that even he, who used his special ability, couldn't resist it. At this moment, he felt his vision blur. The human was already in front of him. Then he punched again. This time there was no longer one fist shadow in front of Dexiong. There were dozens and hundreds of them. They covered the sky and earth. Each of them flashed with a dazzling light and emitted a powerful aura. The second style of the tyrannical fist. Bang! Bang! Amidst the loud noises, Big Bear felt as if his body had been smashed by hundreds of hammers. His body was in excruciating pain, and his bones were constantly emitting cracking sounds. By the time the second move of the tyrannical fist landed and the energy dissipated, all the bones in Big Bear's body had been broken. However, his super-strong defense still allowed him to block 2 of Zi Chen's attacks. However, his face was filled with pain, and his eyes were filled with the fear of death. Not bad. Very good. Very strong. Zi Chen had a cold evaluation of Dexiong. Then he punched again at the moment Dexiong's body fell. The golden fist light flashed again. This time it was the first style of the tyrannical fist. Compared to the second style, the first style was more powerful. Seeing the golden fist light coming, Dexiong's eyes were filled with despair. All his bones were broken. He couldn't dodge it. Boom! Another loud sound. Waves of energy surged in front of Dexiong, but it didn't devour him. Dexiong didn't know when a person appeared in front of him. It was the Dragon Man. He blocked the attack for Dexiong. The golden energy continued to surge. The power of Zi Chen's punch was fully displayed. However, it only forced the Dragon Man back 2 steps. After that, the power of Zi Chen's attack was completely neutralized. Zi Chen's eyes narrowed. The Dragon Man was able to block his attack with just his physical strength. The strength of the Dragon Man was not to be underestimated. Because of the Dragon Man's attack, there was a momentary pause in the battle. More than 10 demons had died. Dexiong was already half dead. At this moment, the group of demon clan members looked at Zi Chen again. Besides anger, there was more fear and terror in their eyes. One person repelled a group of demons. His combat strength was extremely strong. The eyes of the other demons were also filled with respect. Human, you have successfully angered me. Today, I will kill you personally. Then, I will extract your soul and put it in the dragon's tomb to repent. The Dragon Man said coldly. There was an aura surging around him. Dexiong behind him had been carried away by the other demons. He took a pill to heal his injuries. Since you are a Dragon Man, can you transform into a dragon? If you can, then be my mount. I will spare your life, Zi Chen said coldly. You are courting death. A cold light flashed in the Dragon Man's eyes. Then he charged at Zi Chen. The Dragon Man also had an extremely fast footwork. His speed wasn't much slower than Zi Chen's. In an instant, he was in front of Zi Chen and attacked fiercely. Clang! Zi Chen raised his hand to block. A large amount of golden light flashed. It was as if 2 sharp weapons had collided. There was a loud clang. After one attack, there was no clear winner. The Dragonman's expression turned colder. At the same time, his powerful dragon tail was like a steel whip. It lashed at Zi Chen rapidly. Because of the high-speed movement, an ear-piercing sound wave appeared. In a loud bang, Zi Chen, who was unprepared, was sent flying. This attack was unexpected. Zi Chen, who was used to fighting humans, didn't expect this powerful tail sweep at all. Although his attack was effective, the dragonoid did not show any excitement. Instead, his expression became even more solemn. This was because when his dragon tail struck his opponent, it was as if he had personally felt his opponent's defense. It was simply terrifying, even stronger than those pure-blooded ancient beast descendants. Boom! As expected, in the turbulent golden energy, Zi Chen charged back again. There was a long whip mark on his waist. One could see his bluish skin. The corner of the dragonoid's mouth twitched slightly. If it was an ordinary flying beast, not to mention a human, even an ancient beast would be severely injured if not killed. However, the human in front of him didn't even suffer light injuries. The two charged at each other again. They both used their strongest attacks. Intense collisions sounded in the sky. The two turned into two beams of light and moved rapidly in the sky. Seeing that Zi Chen's combat power was comparable to the dragoman's, the four leaders were really regretful. One Zi Chen was already so strong. Moreover, the other side had a bald monk who hadn't made a move yet. He wasn't weak either. They thought to themselves that they had bet on the wrong person. Boom! After a loud tremor, the two retreated. There was blood at the corner of their mouths. Chapter 545. Glowing blood. Isn't that something only ancient beasts have? Could it be a humanoid ancient beast? The dragon man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His cold pupils shrank. This was an extremely ridiculous guess. The dragon man forcefully erased it as soon as it appeared in his mind. A humanoid ancient beast? How could it be? There had never been a humanoid ancient beast in the Tianwu continent. Subsequently, the dragon man seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed instantly. Legend had it that in the human world there was a strongest physique known as the perfect physique. This perfect physique referred to the perfection of both attack and defense. It had no weaknesses. It was said that this strongest physique was comparable to a pure-blooded ancient beast. However, this powerful perfect physique had long lost its inheritance and became a legend. It had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Furthermore, it was said that this strongest physique had essence, blood comparable to ancient beasts. Its effects were comparable to supreme treasures. It contained an indescribable power and belonged to the human world. Clearly, the human's pale golden blood did not have such an effect. Perfect physique? Blaspheming the divine dragon bloodline. Even if it's the strongest perfect physique, I'll still kill you today. The dragonman's cold eyes were filled with killing intent. He could not help but feel excited at the thought of being able to kill a human with the strongest physique. Swoosh! He turned into a beam of light and charged toward Zichen. Boom! The previously silent world was once again filled with energy due to the intense battle. The dragon man emitted a powerful aura and displayed a sharp attack. Every attack was a fatal attack. Every attack was at full strength. Zi Chen was not to be outdone. His eyes were similarly cold and emotionless. Beams of golden light shot out from his hands. Powerful battle techniques were constantly unleashed, scattering the dragonman's attacks one after another. Tyrannical fist. Zi Chen's expression was gloomy. His fist wind instantly changed. A large patch of golden light flashed and fist shadows appeared in the sky. Dozens of fist radiants appeared in the sky. Each of them emitted a resplendent golden light and carried a terrifying aura as they attacked the dragon man. Swish! There was a sharp whistling sound in the air. The dragonman's dragon tail swept over rapidly like a steel whip. It changed direction in the void and swept towards the fist radiance. Boom! Loud rumbles resounded in the sky as terrifying energy surged. The numerous fist lights were scattered by the dragon tail, and at the same time the dragonoid was also sent flying. The two of them were on par with each other, and it would be difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. During this time, the ancient castle trembled several times, and the pitch-black energy became even denser. Under this dense energy, the oppressive aura in the air became even more obvious. Human, it's all over. Die. Seeing that the ancient castle was about to open, the dragonoid decided to end the battle quickly. He let out a roar and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he launched a fierce attack at Zichen. This attack was not much different from the previous one. Zi Chen raised his hand to block, and a large amount of golden energy blocked in front of him. Suddenly, he felt a palpitating aura surging from the opposite side. It was the dragonman's palm that had suddenly turned into a beast claw. The beast claw was covered in fine scales that emitted a cold, metallic luster. It looked like a dragon claw. The dragon claw tore through the void. It was cold and powerful. Like a sharp blade, it slashed toward Zi Chen's head. Puffed! Blood splattered as Zi Chen's figure suddenly retreated, for deep scars appeared on his arm and pale, golden blood splattered. This was the first time Zichen had been injured. Even his powerful, perfect body's defense failed to block the strike for him. After the palm turned into a dragon claw, the dragonoid's combat strength increased several times. Is he going to lose? Seeing Zichen injured by the dragon claw and pale golden blood dripping, the 4 leaders heaved a sigh of relief. As for the demons who had been scared out of their wits, they were relieved. After all, the dragonoid was stronger. A faint golden light surged on the wound as the deep wounds on Zichen's arm healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He didn't consume any pills. Everything was a natural effect after his physique transformed. Seeing that the human's wound had stopped bleeding in just a few seconds, the dragonoid's pupils couldn't help but constrict. He was shocked by the other party's powerful physique and astonishing recovery speed. However, just because he had amazing regenerative abilities, it did not mean that his combat power was also amazing. Since he could injure his opponent once, he could naturally do it a second time, or even a third time, or even more. And as he continued to injure his opponent and deplete his energy, it was time for the human to die. Die. As the cold words fell, the dragonoid charged at Zichen again. Its sharp dragon claw tore through the void and slashed at Zichen. Scram! A cold glint flashed in Zichen's eyes as he roared. Immediately after, he pointed with his finger and used the power of his finger bone. His fingertip began to glow as a terrifying aura emanated from his fingertip. Immediately after, his finger was like a golden lightning bolt that tapped on the dragonoid's sharp claw. Uft! The powerful finger directly pierced through the dragonoid's sharp claw. Red blood splattered as the dragonoid was sent flying. His face was pale as he looked at Zichen with a tinge of horror in his eyes. His dragon claw had extremely strong attacking power and naturally had extraordinary defensive power as well. However, at this moment, it was pierced through by the other party's finger. There was an uproar among the crowd. Clearly, the gap between them had been closed again with this attack. For a moment, everyone's faces turned ugly. I don't believe it. Divine Dragon Claw. Looking at the bloody hole in his palm that was emitting a faint golden light, the dragonoid's face was almost completely distorted. Endless anger rose from the bottom of his heart. As the descendant of the dragon, he was actually injured by a mere human ant. This made him feel humiliated. He waved his claw again and struck at Zichen. The sky trembled and rumbled as if a peerless, ferocious creature had appeared. With monstrous, murderous intent, the void was torn apart as a huge dragon claw descended from the sky. It was surrounded by a destructive aura as it fell towards Zichen. The claw print covered the sky with a vast aura. It was like a real divine dragon claw print. Thunderbolt finger. The dragon claw fell from the sky, and a vast aura descended from the sky. It blew Zichen's black hair into a mess. He was furious, and his face was gloomy. Golden light flashed in his hand, and a complicated seal appeared. When the last seal fell, he activated his finger bone. In the sky, a golden finger print appeared. Its surface was burning with lightning snakes, exuding a destructive aura that was not weaker than the dragon claw. It rushed towards the opponent. Boom! The dragon claw and the fingerprint collided, causing a violent explosion. The whole world trembled, and a destructive aura spread in all directions. The world was divided into two colors. One was golden, and the other was the color of the dragon claw. The two types of energy kept colliding and crushing each other. In the end, the golden fingerprint took the upper hand, and the huge dragon claw was shattered. The terrifying energy shockwave sent the dragonoid flying. The dragonoid was shocked and coughed up blood. What? Young Master Dragon was defeated? The divine dragon's claw did not kill him. Instead, it was defeated. Looking at the dragon man who was sent flying and coughing up blood, the expressions of the demons changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with shock. One should know that the Dragon Man had always been the legend of being invincible against those of the same level in the vast wilderness. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by a human? The 4 leaders flew into the sky. Their faces were pale. They were deeply regretting their previous decision. If they knew that Zichen was so strong, they would have supported Zichen. Unfortunately, it was too late. Fortunately, the Dragonoid was only defeated and did not die. It could still continue to fight. Perhaps some miracle would happen. As expected, the Dragonoid rushed up in the next moment. Its expression was even more ferocious, and the aura in its body was even more violent. Thunderbolt finger. Golden light flashed in Zichen's hand. He formed another seal and shot out another thunderbolt finger. Boundless golden light flashed, and the destructive aura emitted from the thunderbolt finger was stronger. It then hit the Dragonoid. Pum! A line of blood was drawn in the sky. The Dragonoid was sent flying again. This time, it was more thorough and direct. If the Dragonoid was on par with Zichen before, there was a gap between the two after the Dragonoid was defeated for the first time. Moreover, the gap grew bigger as the battle continued. The Dragonoid refused to be outdone. The aura around it became more and more terrifying. Its attacks were also more and more powerful. Divine Dragon's Claw. It was another powerful move. It was 2 levels stronger than before. It was filled with a destructive aura. This aura was so strong that the spectators had no choice but to dodge. Thunderbolt finger. Zichen roared and used the same move again. As the golden light flashed, the golden finger seal appeared again. The power this time was also several times stronger. It was like a real thunderbolt that hit the Dragonoid's claw. Seeing the Dragonoid's claw being shattered by the finger seal and a few of its ribs, Zichen had a strange look on his face. Because he didn't use the finger bone at all. It was just the power of the thunderbolt finger itself. However, when did the thunderbolt finger with his mid-stage Zephyr Realm strength have such power? It was actually comparable to the finger bone attack. Zichen, who had already noticed the strangeness, couldn't understand it. Therefore, Zichen began to experiment on the Dragonoid. He first used the thunderbolt finger to send the Dragonoid flying again. When the Dragonoid attacked again, he used Extreme Een. However, the moment Extreme Een was used, it was instantly shattered by the Dragonoid's claw. Zichen was blasted away by the force. His chest felt tight, and he coughed up blood. Pale, golden blood splattered on the ground. Something is wrong. The thunderbolt finger is strange. Ignoring the dumbfounded eyes of the crowd, Zichen used his body as the price to come to a conclusion. Thunderbolt finger. In the next moment, Zichen used the thunderbolt finger seal again. As expected, the power of this attack was much stronger. After the golden finger seal shattered the Dragonoid's claw, it pointed at the Dragonoid's heart. The latter's face changed drastically and dodged instantly. Puff! The golden finger seal flashed, and a fist-sized bloody hole appeared on the Dragonoid's body. It penetrated the front and back of his body, causing him to let out a shrill scream. The Dragonoid's shrill scream echoed between heaven and earth. It gave people a creepy feeling. Zichen was expressionless. His eyes were even colder. He looked at the Dragonoid and said, "It's time to end everything." Boom!